talking to me.
Wait, no, no, no.
Yes, and asking questions and things for me to respond to.
Oh God.
That's how it works. Oh, that was fast. Mm. Yes, my favorite topic is MBTI relationships because everyone's looking for an easy way to find the love of their life. I hope it'll be good. Let's see. Let me make sure that that's super. All right, Ven. How many people are watching so far? Why doesn't it tell me? Oh,
I don't. Why doesn't it tell you? But so far we have two people, three people.
mm,
Why does it always say my broadcast instead of a title?
because it's my broadcast. What should I change it to? But in the description, I put down, MBTI types and relationships, so it's good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good enough. Oh, I just saw the stats.
Yay.
I just saw it, and now they're gone.
There's 5 viewers, by the way.
Okay,
Oh,
five viewers.
Moonglows.
That's good.
Hi,
We'll give
Moonglows.
everybody a few minutes to show up, and then we can talk about what's the first one.
The first one is MBTI relationships topic. The first type we're going to do. Give me one moment.
MBTI types and relationships.
Yes.
Mm,
We can start with the SE types, which we can start with ISTP.
oops. ISTPs and relationships, like which types are they
So which
most
ones?
compatible with, I guess?
Yes.
Like a
Yes.
stereotypical male personality, the ISTP.
Yeah, you can do for females and for males ISTP. Which one would be their best?
Well, in my opinion, for the typical man, especially in the case of a ISTP, which is the stereotypical man personality, there's only really three types out of the 16 that men just get along with on a normal scale. Uh, so ISFPs, ISFJs, and ESFJs. Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, men. Now we're talking about generally speaking, right? So stereotypically, what men are looking for in a lifelong female companion: youth, beauty, fertility, agreeableness, submissiveness, those kinds of things. So what you're looking for. So ISFP generally can fit that role very easily without really any issues whatsoever. ISFJs and ESFJs are aware that that's what men want, and so they follow these traditional paths, and so they mold themselves to behave in such a manner. But it's that agreeableness and the willingness to let the man take the lead and make the decisions. And so that's what generally makes them lifelong companions. Whereas with the other personality types, they tend to be, in some cases, just a little more wild, a little too headstrong, a little too confrontational, etc. So they tend to not be in super long relationships, generally speaking.
So
So
let's say
that's
the ISTP male can't find those three personality types. What else would be good for them?
what else would be good if he couldn't get into a relationship with one of those three, like one of those three
Yes.
most common, female personality types on the planet. Uh,
Yeah.
mm, Maybe someone else who's on the same level of, introversion, I guess. But even then, that'll cause problems eventually. Like INTJ females, for example, they want to take their independence to another level generally. So they don't really have an issue doing anything on a regular basis with their, in quote, romantic partner because they're usually too busy doing their own thing. So they don't mind if they don't see their partner for like a week and then, get together on like a Sunday or something. So that's, it seems like it would be good for an ISTP, yeah, on the short term, but eventually even they want to have more of a companionship. And then of course the INTJ female is going to have her own ideas about how things should be, and that's going to lead to conflict, and that's going to eventually lead to a separation. It just That's how it works. So as for MBTI and relationships, you simply don't listen to people when they tell you, oh, this personality type is really good for that other personality type, and they totally work together. Like that's complete garbage. A lot of the times those stereotypical relationship pairings don't actually work, especially on that MBTI math level. It doesn't work. For example, what would it be, the ENTP and the INFJ does not work. That just on that mathematical MBTI level, there's too many functions that conflict in that manner. Causes problems. The ENTP wants to be lazy and free form about how they do things and what kind of activities they should be participating in, whereas an INFJ already has a plan of what needs to be happening, and those things need to be done. And of course, they're going to be more concerned with their plans, their goals, and the things that they want. How does that work with just about anyone except for a very submissive partner?
Someone wants to know in the chat if you've been through this, and
Yes,
that's how you know.
but I was in a relationship with an actual INFJ. As a matter of fact, the first INFJ I'd ever met in person. Um, didn't work out.
Why didn't it work out? Is it the structure
It's
like
personal.
you just described?
Now,
Okay.
normally I wouldn't care necessarily to talk about it, but I don't want to infringe on the privacy of the other party.
What about ISTP females? What would be their companions? Would it be the same for them as it was for the
No,
male?
no, 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 no. So this is really the biggest reason why MBTI relationships don't work. Why you should go off of that. Men and women are, get this, they're different. They're not the same. They
Shocking.
want different things out of life. So whereas the ISTP male, wants a specific kind of female, just like most men want a specific kind of female, females want a specific kind of man. So even if the ISTP female is, let's say she's smart, she's driven, she wants these things out of life that an ISTP male might want. She still wants a smarter man, a stronger man. She wants a more, maybe not necessarily aggressive, but a more dominant man. She still wants those things. Whereas the ISTP male wants a submissive partner, the ISTP female wants a dominant partner. completely different. They still, whereas a man's okay with your typical man's okay with the woman not being as intelligent, just wants her to be submissive, young and pretty, and all those things. The females still want the smart, dominant, successful, resourceful man. They always want that. And so, if you're trying to use MBTI in this generalized sort of way, it's not going to work.
So, which 3 types would be the best for an ISTP female?
ISTP female. Whichever ones have, the same interests. I mean, that always helps. Now, you think ISTP and you're assuming that, okay, well, that means she's got to be super physical all the time. She's got to go rock climbing, hang gliding, base jumping, or, whatever. That's not necessarily what all extroverted sensors prefer to do with their time. Although they do enjoy the physical activities, times are changing. People are more into video games and other online activities these days. ISTP female I knew back, known her since I was 18. She liked to play some online games, and she liked to do PvP in online games. Weird, right? A woman that likes to do PvP. That's player versus player, then, by the way.
I know, I love PvP. That's like PvE. Hey, I play games too.
You say that you play games, and yet I don't see you play games.
I don't anymore.
She grew out of them.
Yeah.
So yeah, she liked to do physical activities as well, but she had a super good computer, and as a matter of fact, I assume she still does. And then she ended up marrying someone who also enjoyed, PC gaming, and that's what she likes to do. She likes to play games, usually more competitive games. Now that's something that you'll always find in ISTPs. They enjoy being competitive. That's being to dominate in a particular arena. They do enjoy doing that. So, Call of Duty, or I believe she was playing Guild Wars 2 at the time. I think the last time I saw her, I don't remember. But as long as they have the same interests, that's gonna be important. No, so if you find an ISTP female that likes to play video games, then there's a lot of personalities. However, it's very unlikely that she's really going to get along in a long-term relationship with a preferenced introverted feeler. Most women do not appreciate a man who is big on their feelings. Most women do not.
So would it be, let's say we go back to the type, let's say it's going to be, she will appreciate an ISTP, ENTJ, ENTP, or ESTJ man?
I think it's possible, so long as the interests align. There's always that possibility. But yes, they're going to prefer thinking men, whether that be extroverted or introverted. INTPs
Perfect.
might be a little too Aspergery, or a more realistic, concrete female like an ISTP female, but anything's possible, that's what I say.
Okay, let's move on to the next one. We have the ISFPs. We can start with the ISFP males. Which one would be the best type for them?
ISFP males, usually the best female for them is the one that's willing to actually be in a relationship with them. Whichever ones that might be. I haven't known a great number of ISFP males that are always, happily married or in some kind of long-term relationship. Not these days, anyway. ISFP, the problem is they know how they want to be, they know how they want to act, they know how they want to behave. But it's more difficult for them to behave in that traditionally masculine way. It's much more difficult for them. It takes them a lot longer to really try to slide into that role as a man. And The one that I know now, his name is Will, and he drives a truck. That's his career. Is he's a truck driver, and he last time I heard he was very single, and he he wasn't really working on himself in a physical manner. So it must be something in the water of Turlock, California. Those I know an ISTP male from there, and an ISFP male, and an ESTP male, and they all shortly after 18 years of age, they all started going bald and putting on a lot of weight. Something in the water in that area. And although I don't think the ESTP is depressed, I'm fairly certain that the other two are. And so as for what kind of personality types might fit best with an ISFP male, throw the balance stuff out of the way. I mean, some people are like, oh well, if you have this set of cognitive functions that you need something to balance it out. No. That's to hell with that. You're gonna need to find the ISFP male would need to find someone who is possibly even more timid and more submissive than he's gonna be. So, like no, like so for example, an ESFJ will walk all over him, guaranteed. An ISFJ female gonna be very frustrated with his lack of aggression and dominance. Now, if he were to find a woman who enjoys the idea of having a submissive, more timid male as a relationship partner, then that could work out. So maybe a ENTJ female.
What about INFPs or ENFPs?
ISFPs or ENFPs?
INFP or ENFP?
I did once know of a relationship between a INFP female and an ISFP male. This would have been about 6 years ago, I think, thereabouts. And she did nothing but complain to me about their relationship until they eventually broke up. They said they would get into these emotional arguments regularly. Now, granted, that was their specific situation, and that would I'm sure that would be unique to them. But the idea that both people are going to be arguing from a place of emotion, minus the logic. I mean, wouldn't the argument just go on forever until someone got tired? Or just decided that they had enough? Wouldn't it? I don't know.
Yeah.
ENFP female. So I've always had this theory, which I never did test it, not to any real degrees, but I always had this theory that anyone with a lead preference for extroverted intuition or extroverted sensing, for that matter, are more prone to wanting to leave a relationship. The extroverted intuition in the lead position, has a natural fear of, well, commitment in general. They don't necessarily like the idea of very early on spending the rest of their life with somebody because they're not sure exactly how it's going to play out. They're always thinking about the possibilities of being in a relationship with that person for a long period of time. So they may always keep their eye out. And then as for the extroverted sensors, they're more prone to, what would that be? More prone to fulfilling certain needs of the physical more immediately. They're a little bit more impatient on it. So I always had this theory that they're more prone to cheating. ESFPs, for example, that's certainly something that could very easily happen with them. But and then for extroverted intuition, it could be the same, especially if they have a reason or an excuse to go about cheating, or to, let's say, monkey branch to a different partner. Always had that. Always had that theory. So I don't know if an ENFP, I mean, anything's possible. Like I said, what you're looking for is common interests, not common functions.
That makes sense.
Do not use the functions to determine whether or not you're going to be compatible with somebody. Although it would be interesting to be in a relationship with someone who also had a preference for extroverted intuition. I wonder how that would work out. I've never been in a relationship with one, so.
Well, I'm assuming that'll probably be too much going on for both.
That's possible. Yeah, it could just be, two people not getting anything done. You want to stay home, play video games, and do adult things. It's like, yeah, I'd rather do that.
My ex that I stayed with for about 2-3 years was an ISFP, actually.
How'd that go?
Well, it was good, but then there were parts that it was very emotional a lot, and I was more of a rational, so it didn't always work out.
Are you okay? How do you like this?
Two strong preferenced introverted feelers and getting emotional. Well, who would have thought?
Hey, I didn't say I was emotional in this.
Well, I'll just take your word for it that you were perfectly rational the entire time.
Yeah, that's one of the things he always hated about me. He was like, well, why do you always have to make everything logical? Why can't you just let me feel about what's going on or what's happening? And I was like, I don't think that's how it works with me. Let's solve the problem, and then we can move on.
Let's solve the problem.
Yeah.
That is a great way to look at it. It's a very man way to look at it.
Hey, what are you trying to say, Urchin?
I'm just saying it's a masculine way to solve, or to fix relationship issues, it's to fix whatever the problem is. Although I've found that, a lot of introverted feelers, they don't necessarily want to fix problems, they just want to complain about problems. The complaining is maybe a way to justify how they feel about things, possibly. Couldn't tell you for sure.
Perfect. And then the next one that we have is ISFP females. Which one would be the best males for them?
Good job.
ISFP females, that's the stereotypical female personality. It's very feminine. And so they enjoy things that most people with feminine personalities would enjoy in a man. Dominance, decisiveness, resourcefulness. Typical things. Of course, also being physically attractive helps. Obviously, they're still very physical creatures. Like most humans on the planet. So, good ones for them. They could easily fall for ENTJs, ENTPs, ESTPs. I know there's another one. But yeah.
ENTJs, would that be too much for the ENTJ?
Would that be too much for an ENTJ, or would an ENTJ be too much?
Well, both.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's seen 50 Shades of Grey, I assume. So, as long as the ISFP is willing to put up with, certain behaviors, then yeah, should be fine. Should be just fine.
Well, the next one that we have are the ESTPs males.
ESTP males.
Yes.
good for relationship stuff.
Got a special deal for you.
I think, once again, interests are important. So I would assume that they appreciate the same
Nice one.
types of personalities that most men would. ISFPs, ISFJs, ESFJs. And that ESFJ is always, it's a little bit tricky because it depends on how they grew up and whether or not they're more willing to acquiesce to the man's preference for possibly being alone or not always going to social events, because that's absolutely what ESFJs will do. They will drag their partner to everything. And not every man appreciates going to, office reunions or get-togethers or whatever. They're not always keen on that. Even ESTPs want alone time now and again. Like, they're not these hyper, always extroverted people. And so, all about respect. And so if, as long as she respects her partner, then everything will be fine. But of course, for her to respect her partner, the partner needs to be doing everything that she expects of him. And so, and I mean everything. So, yeah, for the most part, go with people that have interests similar to yours. That builds pleasant memories with that person, and then over a long period of time, you gain what I believe is, a stereotypical love. Then you have it. After a few years of you just always doing things together all the time, that and having fun doing it. Yes,
How we fight back home.
it makes love.
Good job.
Great. That's interesting. Makes love.
Is it?
So, I mean, the way that you described it was.
I've had to think about it for so long, trying to use the MBTI theory to come up with, matches for people that'll actually work out, and then just unfortunately,
Got a special
Unfortunately, the MBTI is not going to give you that super awesome long-term relationship just because, you're these two personality types. It just does not work out that way. It's not reality to think in such a manner. And I hate reality, but unfortunately I have to live in it.
That's true. So what about the ESTP female?
ESTP female. It's always going to be more difficult for those more traditionally masculine personality types to be female and to find a partner that's really going to keep them satisfied. It's all the women are looking for the best possible match that they can get, and unfortunately so is every other woman, and that does exclude, as they say, the bottom 80% of men. That excludes them. And so it's even worse when you're a female that's already going to have much higher standards for what that male should act like. That makes it way more difficult. In the case of the ESTP female, she's already going to be a clever girl. No Jurassic Park reference intended. She's going to be clever, she's going to be realistic, and she's going to know what she wants. And she's going to know that from a pretty early age.
Nice one.
And so you're going to have to be more clever than she is. You're going to have to make more money than she does.
Positively unstoppable.
You might even need to be more charismatic than she is. Maybe she'd be okay with you not being, but
Thanks,
possible. And so she's going to have to require a much higher quality, what we would consider to be a much higher quality man. And it's going to be tough. Just as it is for any woman that has some of those more traditionally masculine traits. Focus, ambition, drive, high energy, those kinds of things. It's always going to be more difficult. And I would say that she would still be looking for the same kinds of personalities that many women are looking for. I did this in a video, actually, where there was 5 personalities or something that women traditionally look for. or that want to have. It doesn't mean that they're going to end up with one. It just means that that's what they're looking for. Some can get it, some can't. And here's the thing, is that most of them can't, and it's not because they're not good enough. It's because there just aren't that many to go around. You know, if half the population is male and then the other half is female, well, you're still only going to have a certain percentage of those people being those certain types that you're looking for. And so, just mathematically speaking, either you're not going to get one or you're going to be sharing one. And that's, you know, that's up to you and what you're willing to put up with.
Now
To
let's
put up with.
to the ESFPs.
ESFPs.
Yeah, let's start with the females on this one.
Lit up now.
What are ESFP females looking for? Someone who's
Yes.
attractive, smart, funny, and presumably ones that have a lot of money. So, like what most females are looking for. I can say that for almost every personality. Like they're all looking
Yes.
for roughly the same thing. It would be easier to ask me about the ones that aren't looking for the same stuff. So like ENTJ females, it's granted, I've never met an ENTJ female. Goodness, I've never met one, but
Impressive work.
in terms of the MBTI math, they would be looking for. I would imagine they would be looking for most of the time the same personalities. However, it's very possible that they could be into that more submissive partnership. 1 second.
Is something the matter?
Maybe we can find some items for trading.
Sorry about that. Need to put a sign on my door. Anyways, but yes, for most personalities, they're looking for the same things, whereas you know, some of them aren't. As I said, the ENTJ female, she may want someone more submissive because she's you know, that's how she lives her life, is being dominant over other people and gaining authority and power and winning, you know, success over others. So it's possible that would bleed over into her love life. On the other hand, in a lot of the situations when someone's always hyper aggressive all the time, when it comes to those more romantic relationships, they actually want to be submissive. That happens more often than it doesn't. So even then, they could still very easily be looking for the same thing romantically.
Would you say there are personalities that preference more like a partner that has more money? Like, for example, would you be like, well, an ESFP is most prone to look for a man that doesn't only look good, but also has a lot of money, just like an ESFJ would, more than, let's say, an ISFJ or an ISFP?
No, they're always looking for that. Most women are looking for a man that has just more of those things. That's what they would prefer. It doesn't mean they're going to end up with that. And most of the time they end up, of course, being unhappy. Understandably. They're unhappy because they had to choose a man because they ran out of time.
So there's, can you please tell the people in the chat how they can get typed on the Discord?
How they can what?
They can get typed. Some people are asking if they can get typed.
Yeah. You sign up to you join my Discord, and there is an application section, and you just put in the application, and that's it. And then it's certainly not going to be me, but Ven will absolutely schedule that appointment.
Yes, I will.
because you know, reasons.
Okay. Now, to make this more bearable for you, because here's the thing, people actually want to know what are their best types.
I'm telling. Okay. Just one last time. All right. If you haven't watched the video, most women want the same types. Most men want the same types. You're better off trying to emulate those types that, you know, the women or the men want. You need to figure out why they're so successful and then emulate those behaviors. You're way better off doing that. Do not use MBTI to try and find these best matches for you, because it's not going to work. 9 times out of 10, it's not going to work.
Well, you just crushed a little ENFP that's trying to get with an INTJ, aka Sleepy. You know, that's what he wants to know.
Sleepy? What?
Yeah, he wants to know how to get an INTJ as an ENFP. He wants to make sure that that relationship is going to work.
Yeah, so my mother is an INTJ female. My father is an ENFP male. They got divorced when I was 4. And it was nasty. Real nasty. You would be better... Now, Sleepy, if you were female and you were looking for an INTJ male, that would be a completely different story. It would totally work out. Other way around, though, she ain't having it.
Well, you just his dreams.
She ain't having it. One of you very quickly is gonna get irritated with the other.
Okay, let's see. So, as an ENTP, I know you made a video about this, but you have a large ENTP audience.
Do I?
Which one? Yes, you have a lot of ENTPs. Which one would you say are the best personality types for ENTPs?
Ones that will put up with you, most certainly. So, as long as she's really into you, which shouldn't be that difficult if you're an ENTP, then it'll work out. The bigger problem is, can you handle it? That's the real issue. Can you handle being in a relationship? Can you change in these little, maybe subtle ways to make sure that the relationship lives on, and more importantly, keep you satisfied in the relationship? Can you change? Can you do those things that are required? Because absolutely, I mean, sure, an ENTP would love to have, the harem and have a different woman every week and, just keep, going back and recycling or whatever. Well, unfortunately, that's not how it works unless you're rich. Now, if you're rich, you can, have new women all the time. You'll never be lonely. But unless you are, you're going to want someone to spend a large portion of your life with, and that means you have to change. And it doesn't matter necessarily which relationship it is. There are some I would recommend staying away from, most certainly. No INFJs, no INTJs, no ENTJs, probably not ENFJs either. So stay away from the introverted intuitives. If you're a male ENTP looking for a female, stay away from those ones. But the other ones, you can either manipulate them into to get rid of certain behaviors that you don't like so that they can be tolerable to you for a long period of time, or of course you can just kind of adjust to how they behave. One or the other. I would think that I did, like you said, I did make a video on it. I think ISTP females, that probably wouldn't be so bad. That might even be a breath of fresh air for you. ISFPs, most certainly. The ESFJs can be a little much at times, but ISFJs, yeah, they're gonna get frustrated with the wacky ideas and you not being consistent whatsoever. But as long as you're doing a lot of the more core traditional things in the relationship, then she'll put up with you. That kind of a thing. Cool part being is that they're super common. Like those personalities, they're usually all over the place, so not hard for you to pick one up. Just find one that also enjoys the things that you enjoy. Then you're good.
So there's some people in the chat that were waiting for their type. Can you guys please tell me which type you guys have, and then I can ask him the questions? There were an INFP female. There was an INFP female asking which one would be the best type for the INFP. And I know you have said that MBTI is not the best, but can you just give us maybe a couple that you think might work great with an INFP? Or that wouldn't work?
Oh, that makes it. That wouldn't work for an
Yes.
INFP, so ones to stay away from. Uh, yeah, I know that it's stereotypical to say that the INFP and ENTJ, compatibility is supposed to be the best thing ever. If you really enjoy the idea of being with someone who doesn't care about your feelings whatsoever, if you really enjoy that, then sure, go ahead. Someone that's always going to be telling you what to do and what you're going to be doing for activities, what you're going to be spending your time doing. If you enjoy being told what to do, then absolutely go for the ENTJ. However, even if that's something you do enjoy, remember that it's a hyper rare personality. So your odds of meeting them are just seeing one in person, very slim. The odds of them wanting to be in a relationship with you, even slimmer than that. ENTJs are not common. For example, I have, given my life and the way that, I have lived it and the places that I have been and the people I usually frequent, I've met one in 35 years. As far as I can remember, just the one. That's how rare they are. I mean, you'll meet people that claim to be ENTJ, most certainly. You'll find tons of people who claim that. By the way, if there is an ENTJ who's posting in, a Facebook group or on Reddit, or they're hanging out in Discords and whatnot all the time, they're not an ENTJ. You automatically fail the ENTJ test if you're wasting your time doing those things. So just keep that in mind. I probably wouldn't recommend going for the ENTJ, especially if you're young. What you're looking for is someone who can, let's say, tolerate, if you're looking for a man that can tolerate your level of emotional support requirements, and usually it's a simple transaction. So for example, an ISTP male, as long as you are doing certain things for him, then he will put up with, the certain things that you need. Those kinds of things. It could be tough. Maybe someone who's familiar with, a woman who is a more traditional woman, one who is more in tune with her feelings, possibly. Of course, as an INFP, you're more in tune with the feelings of other people as well. So someone who's more inclined to understand that that's typical female behavior. So certainly not a robot. So like ISTJs, you wouldn't go that route. You can go with ENTPs. You can go with, ESTP might also do it. More people with a higher level of extroverted feeling. Maybe even ISFJ, ESFJ males. It's always a possibility. The ESFJ male is going to be more will have a higher level of acceptance for your extroverted intuition, and so that might be a little bit more compatible for you, maybe. But once again, interests. Find someone who shares whatever your interests are. You can make a lot of personalities mesh well together, so long as they have the glue of a shared activity. You can do that.
Brianna T has a question. She wants to know, do you think personality types change with age?
No. You don't spontaneously become a different personality just because you hit a certain age threshold or anything like that. The functions get a little more rounded out. But for the most part, you're still going to be who you are. Whoever you are now, you'll be a little wiser later on, but you'll more or less be who you are now, even at that age. In your 60s, for example, my grandfather, who is now 86 years of age, I know I get to look forward to living that long apparently, and I figured that he's an ESTJ, and I assumed that in his old age he would also be a little more rounded out, and he's still very much an ESTJ, except that now he has a slight interest in certain space celestial related sciences, so long as there is a bent of Christianity in it. So if it's a religious take on space and the endless void, then yeah, most certainly he's really into it. But if you try to talk to him, it's still story hour with Grandpa. And by story hour, I mean he's going to try and hold your ear for the next 6 hours, telling you just stories that you've heard a million times over. Same guy. Since I was like 5. Like that's what I can remember about my grandfather. He likes to tell stories and tell you what you should be doing, with your life. So, same guy, just slightly different interests in his old age. He also might have like some slight dementia.
Okay, so we're gonna continue with the personality types. There's a couple of questions on those. For the INFJs, male or female, which one would be the ones that they want to stay away from?
Stay away from anyone that has a mind of their own.
How are things?
Like anyone that really wants to do their thing and has their own plans in life. Because what you're looking for a partner, right? You're not just looking for someone to sleep with once in a while. You're looking for a partner. You want someone that's going to stick with you for the next 50, 60 years, right? Because medicine's getting better, so why not live longer? So if that's what you're looking for, then you want a companion. So if you're a man, then you're still going to be looking for ES or ISFPs, ESFJs, ISFJs, because they're expecting a leader. They want a leader and someone with a goal, a vision, a plan. That's what they're looking for. And so that's good for you. However, if you are a female INFJ, then are you going to be attracted to a man that has no vision, no plan, and just does everything that you tell them to do? I mean, some women are attracted to that. Some women do want that. But the question is that what you're going to want? And if that's not what you're going to want, then you're going to be attracted to men that have their own plans, their own goals, their own visions, and they're going to do what they want to do, and they're not going to, just do what you tell them to do. And that's going to lead to conflict. You're going to have a bad time in that relationship because you're going to want to do your own things. They're going to want to do their things. It's going to lead to conflict. And eventually you will split up. That's just how it is in today's society. It's not like it was, like 60, 70 years ago where marriage meant that you were together forever. And then that was the rule. It's not like that anymore. As soon as someone gets unhappy with a relationship, they don't try to change. They don't try to become a better person. They just say, okay, well, it's not working out. We had fun for the last couple of years. I'm moving on. Which is, it's less detrimental to men because they can just pick up with a new person and start a life again. But for women, it's much more difficult to just keep picking up and trying to create a long-term relationship. So it's just more difficult for women who have those traditionally more masculine personality traits in our current society. It's just much more difficult. But as a female in terms of personality compatibilities, an INFJ, ISFPs, maybe ESFPs, you'd still be someone that is going to want to stick by you and do what you tell them to do and go along with your plans and the activities that you believe are the best for your family unit or whatever. It's just that you're not going to be attracted to them more often than not. You won't find them attractive in whether physically or emotionally or what have you, romantically. You're just not going to be interested.
Would it be safe to assume that with the ENFJ, it would be the same or kind of the same?
ENFJs usually their plans are more people oriented, generally speaking. So an ENFJ isn't necessarily going to have an issue having the plan of, okay, well, I want to have all these people and I want to have this giant social network and I want to have all those interactions, for the rest of my life. And that's like it wouldn't be an issue for them to have a goal like that. Like that's their big dream, is to be loved and respected by, a large number of people. So it wouldn't be that difficult to find an ENFJ whose life goal is to work her way up the chain to eventually find a man to marry that's very high quality. She would be looking for the best of men, in whatever her range is. And so for her, it's probably not going to be that much of a it's not nearly as much of a challenge because they're, like I said, their goals are usually more people oriented. So their goal is to find the best people, the best social circles, those kinds of things. So it wouldn't be that hard for them to, deal with living or being with a man who has his own plans, goals, and ambitions because he's well respected amongst the community, or possibly just straight famous. Maybe they would gun for an actor, and then everything would be cool after that.
Before we move to the introverted centers, because we have a question on that, we have the ENFP.
ENFP.
Yes.
What about ENFP?
What would work in a relationship? What wouldn't work? What do they want to stay away from?
What would they want to stay away from?
Yes, or who should they be with? Like,
oh, well, I think that would be easier. I mean, you're still an ENFP. They can easily get into a because they're not ENFPs aren't hyper emotional. Not normally. They're not super emotional people. That's their introverted feeling is a step down. So they don't necessarily live in their introverted feeling. It's just they're very aware of it. They use it, but they can decide not to express it. And so they can be in certain relationships like with an ENTJ or an INTJ, for example. That's totally something they can do. So long as the partner is interesting to them. Of course, it would be helpful if their partner was malleable enough to follow along with the ENFP's interests, whatever they happen to change into that week. That's always good. INTJs, not every INTJ is like this, but there are a number of INTJs who have a difficult time being in relationships. They have a difficult time maintaining relationships, and so when they actually get into one, they do their best to keep it going because they enjoy investing in people. They enjoy investing in things. They don't like to waste their time. So if they're going to get into a commitment with you, then they want to make they would really very much like it to work. And when I say INTJs, I do mean INTJ males. So right now, my brother INTJ. He just got into a relationship with a ISFP female, and normally he's much more stubborn, headstrong, those kinds of things. But when he is in a relationship, he kind of gets pushed around a little bit because he's going to be more worried about maintaining the relationship. And he doesn't want it to go wrong because he's trying to invest in someone. So don't know how long that'll last for, but so for a point is that for an ENFP, just make sure that you get into a relationship with someone that you can put up with. Maybe someone that's exciting. Yeah, sure, you could go with an extroverted, intuitive, males anyway. You could go that route. It could be fun. It's just that, so if you were to get into a relationship with an ENTP, be ready to, be his mother and secretary and, all those things. Just, be ready for that. It'll be fun, sure, but there is work involved in those certain kinds of relationships, especially with an extroverted intuitive. There's work involved.
Yeah, when I look at my past relationships, most of them have been extroverted sensors for some reason. Maybe because they're more in tune with the reality, and I need that.
They're more common, most certainly.
Yeah, that too.
They're going to be more common.
Okay, we had a question on ESTJs. So someone wants to know more about the ESTJ relationships and what's best for them or what they want to stay away from.
ESTJ relationships?
Yes, ESTJs.
Males?
They didn't say, but so we can do both.
ESTJ males. So, depending on how they grew up, they're going to have these very specific qualifications for relationship material. Very specific. So if they're what we might consider to be traditional ESTJs, then they're going to expect the woman to be submissive in the relationship if that's what they want. They're going to expect that woman to to perform roles that a woman would traditionally be performing. So, barefoot, pregnant, in the kitchen, cleaning the house, those kinds of things. Now, in return, he expects of himself to provide her with an excellent home, with lots of resources, the money, and of course being a rock, an unemotional anchor in the relationship. So, I mean, there is a trade-off there. ESTJ females, traditionally speaking, yes, they're still going to prefer a man to also be doing those things. However, times are changing these days. So the last ESTJ female that I had met, she worked at the Walmart as an assistant manager. And she would expect her husband to, of course, be bringing in more money than she was.
We have a question from IL. IL, she wants to know if she can know the secret formula to stop procrastinating. Like, do you know that secret formula?
To stop procrastinating?
Yes.
Yeah, I hear that. Okay, so here's what you do. You go to a ranch, like the closest ranch to you, the ones that have horses or cows or maybe donkeys, right? You kneel down behind one and you slap it on its rear, right? It'll kick backwards. It'll hit you in the head, right? You want it to hit you about, on the left side. And then after your 3-day coma, you might wake up with just the right amount of brain damage to configure your way of thinking in such a manner that you want to not procrastinate anymore. I think that could totally. You also might gain psychic powers after that. I mean, anything's possible, right? So you could try that. In a more realistic sense, coffee, maybe. So I've had my experiments with caffeine as an ENTP. It usually doesn't end well. The best I can do nowadays is handle about this much caffeine, roughly, and even then, it's a little too much for me. I start getting paranoid. I start getting hypochondria a little bit. I get, like I said, paranoid and get a little weirded out. But if I wanted to get back in the day when I was in my early 20s, I would play Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, and that was the time in which they added what they called getting the nuke. It's when you had a 25 kill streak. I think it was 25 kills, and you could drop the nuke, and it ends the game. So if I wanted to get one, coffee, I'd go to Starbucks, and then all of a sudden I could focus on the task at hand. So you could try that, maybe try it in small doses, see if that kind of reduces your level of procrastination. Kind of doubt it, but you can try it, because maybe I have these genetic malformations that cause me to not metabolize caffeine as well as I should, or it just doesn't react with my body the way that it does for most people. Maybe I'm just crazy, schizophrenic. Possibly.
Someone is asking, well, what if it kicks the wrong side? What do they do then?
Well, if it kicks the wrong side, then I guess you just die. It's the risk you're trying to take for, all of a sudden changing your brain chemistry, changing the way that the neurons are connected. You're trying to change who you are on a core level. And that's a rather extreme thing to do, and it sometimes requires extreme measures. You could try getting a lobotomy. That would certainly stop most forms of procrastination, because you'd barely be functioning as a human. So,
The next thing we have is some people are attracted to musicians. Would you say that typically musicians are more in the feeler type of personalities? And what makes them attractive to other females is what females are looking for is that stability and masculinity in a man.
So part of, well, it's not just that they're attracted to masculinity. Women want to get the top 20% of men. The very top. We're talking the ones with the most, no, not necessarily notoriety, respect in the community, the authority, the power, the resources, which resources means money. And of course, if you can get one that's famous, well, you've hit the very top. The top, like, 2% of men in the world. That's what makes them attractive. It's not their cognitive function preference, because you don't know who they are. When you're at the concert and you're seeing them live on stage, you don't know who they are. They're singing a song. They're putting on a show. You don't know who these people are at all. But what you do know, they're famous. Every other female wants them, and they have lots of money. That's what you know about them. That's what you're going to be. That's on a base level. That's what you will be attracted to. Now, whether or not you could put up with them for a long period of time, that's another story. That's something that you would only know once you've actually gotten to know them. I mean, you'll still be attracted to them, on those more base levels. But, famous people get divorces all the time. It's normal.
What are the most insufferable traits of ISFPs in a relationship? That is a Moon Globes question.
Most insufferable? Well, for an ISFP male, the most insufferable thing is that they're an ISFP male. That's going to be the problem that most women have with them, is that they're a little too emotional, a little too, they fantasize about what their perfect life would be like, and what a woman wants is a woman doesn't want someone that fantasizes about what life, the perfect life could be like. They want someone that's getting what that perfect life is. They want a man that's always, getting that. And for ISFP males, that's a little more difficult to pull off. So for ISFP females, what's most okay, so maybe they don't dip into the abstract as much as some other females do, but I mean that's not really insufferable. That's normal interactions between humans, where we're all a little bit different. Oftentimes there's not really anything wrong with the ISFP female that any male really takes issue with. They're I'm not sure what comes up. Ven, can you think of something?
No, not really. Just they're very emotional people and sometimes want to be, everybody to focus on their emotions.
Yeah. So as long as everything's going well in the relationship and you're tending to what little needs she does have, then everything's more or less good, as far as I'm concerned. I don't really think there's anything wrong, especially if you can. Now, I haven't yet met an ISFP female that doesn't play video games. Not one. I have not met a single ISFP female that, at least nowadays, in the past, let's say 20 years, that didn't play some form of like fantasy related game. Most of the time it's video games. I have known many that played, League of Legends, or they like to play MMOs, or they'll straight up play tabletop games like Dungeons and Dragons. Females. So insufferable. No, I mean they'll go through the same things that most females will go through when you're neglecting them. Like most certainly they'll start looking for attention elsewhere if you're doing the neglect. Yeah, most certainly that'll happen. Maybe that's insufferable, but in most cases it's brought about by a neglectful partner when they do that. So kind of normal.
Someone is asking what you think about C.S. Joseph. I believe he's someone that does MBTI. I don't know if you've heard of him.
I tried to watch one of his videos one time. I think I sat through about 5 minutes of it. It was one where he's like standing on a sidewalk someplace, and he just has his phone, I guess, set up somewhere and just, recording him talking, like maybe he was leaning up against something or just standing on the sidewalk. I remember that what he was saying was, of course, wrong. That's 99% of, the MBTI community, whether it be on YouTube, Reddit, Facebook groups, whatever. But he seemed like he was kind of emotional, like he was speaking from a place of personal feelings when talking about these things. So I got the impression that he was probably an ENFP. That was what I got from him. Some people said that he was an ENTP, and I'm like, yeah, he's super fun looking all the time, and he really doesn't speak from a place of feelings. Yeah, I didn't get that impression. So probably an ENFP. It depends on his level of neuroticism. If he's higher up in neuroticism, then you could probably call him an INFP. But once again, I don't know a whole lot about him. It wasn't interesting to watch. So, although I was talking to somebody who said that he charges an exorbitant amount for his time. Like, I think that the person said they paid $150 to be typed by him, and for 15 minutes. So I'm not sure how that goes down, but paying $150 for an incorrect typing, oh boy, that's that's a little much.
So IL also would like to know, she says, but isn't intuition feminine? Why are the sensing types seen as more feminine?
I don't know why intuition would be more. Are you talking about like colloquially? That like woman's intuition, that kind of thing. When someone is talking about the colloquial intuition, that's literally coming from a place of feelings. Literally, you feel like this is the answer. An unrationalized thought, an unarticulated thought, that comes from introverted feeling. That is not intuition in MBTI does not mean intuition in the dictionary definition of intuition. They're two completely different things. It's not the same whatsoever. So
Someone also says, but ENTPs have feelings too, right?
sure, I've got feelings. You'll never know about them, but I've got them. Not gonna happen. Although
Wow.
my good friend Cal, uh, when we would talk one on one, he would tell me about certain things that make him shed it, and there are things for me as well that I may shed a tear over it. My face will be expressionless, but you might see a tear stream down my face. It doesn't happen very often, and of course I don't talk about them at all. But he was a lot more open. He's also a lot younger than me. I think he just turned 21, I think. So he's a little more at the moment. He's because he's so young, he might be a little more in touch with his personal feelings. But I think the last time I full on had a crying fit, I was probably 18, maybe, and that was the absolute last time I lost someone that was very, very close to me, and I spent a good couple of days. And yeah, for example, if my brother, my INTJ brother, he's been my best friend for the past 34 years, if he were to suddenly drop dead, even if it wasn't suddenly, if anything happened to him, I wouldn't be far behind him. I would be crying my eyes out and I'd drink myself to death. Guaranteed. So, absolutely, I've got feelings. I don't want you to know about them, because if I were to express my feelings, I'm not always 100% sure how my feelings are going to influence the people around me, and I want to stay in control of the people around me. I want to control their perceptions of me, which of course is, as you should know, extroverted feeling. Um, so I don't express them. I try to stay as neutral as possible, or upbeat. I want everyone to believe that I'm just always having a good time, and I'm always calm and chill, and that's the persona that I want to give to people. It's easier to manipulate what they're going to do next if I keep a more stable environment. Does that make sense?
People are not agreeing with this. They want to know you, Street. They said that we need this, Street. That's what they're asking for. They need to know your
you're
feelings.
if you're trying to squeeze blood out of a stone, I can tell you that that's not going to work. I'm not going to be emotional, especially on camera, especially on live stream. You're not going to catch me doing that. Remember, everything I do on a live stream, I cannot undo. I can't undo it. So that's for, private sessions with people that I trust not to spread that kind of information around, most certainly.
We have another question from Immortal Emperor Master that's asking, do opposite types attract?
Do opposite types attract? Okay, so let's. What do you mean by opposite? Just like they have the introverted and extroverted turnaround, like for example, an ENTP and an INTJ. Like, do you mean that kind of opposite, or opposite like an ENTP and an ISFJ, where the functions are in reverse order? Like, what do you mean by opposite?
Let's do both because they haven't answered the question.
Fair. So I can say that yes, I have been attracted to ISFJs. There is something about their consistency, their groundedness. There is something about it that is attractive, and that's because, of course, I am not that. I am the opposite of that. And so I can see where on this kind of more taboo level, you might find that attractive. Which is that could very well be normal. The problem is can you maintain a relationship with someone that is the opposite of you? That's really what it comes down to. Now, for an it's a little bit simpler for me. If I were to get with an ISFJ, what does she expect from me? She expects a little bit of my time, but she expects me to be working, bringing in a lot of money. And then, of course, if she were to get pregnant and have children with me, then she is expecting me to also be that father figure to the children, while providing her with as best a life as I can provide. So as long as you can do that, then the ISFJ will be content. You just, as a man, I mean, those are they're not exactly the easiest things to do, but it is simple. So as long as you can do that. Now, on the other hand, if you were, let's take an ISFP male, and what would be the opposite of a ISFP male? That would be I'm sorry, it's still early in the morning for me. The opposite would be ENTJ. Yeah, an ENTJ, female. That is, oof. Maybe. I mean, that could kind of work. I mean, a lot of ISFPs seem to enjoy things like 50 Shades of Grey, right? Maybe that wouldn't be so bad. But if it's an ISFP male and an ENTJ female, if the ISFP male is still wanting to try and act like a man, then the ENTJ is going to slap him down pretty hard with her metaphorical dangly parts.
Someone is asking, what about the same type? How would they work in a relationship?
I figured that some people said that two INFJs together would be good, but unless they both have they're on the exact same page all of the time, then no. It's gonna cause conflicts, because in both cases the one INFJ will believe their plans are the best, the other INFJ believes their plans are the best. And if those plans are not the same, then they don't mesh whatsoever. Maybe a couple of ISFPs that might work together. Maybe the INFPs could work together because they're more interested in the feelings of the other, and so they're going to be more open in talking about those things. So as long as they have money, then that wouldn't necessarily be a problem. Two ENTPs together, they'll both be dead in a year. I'm almost certain of that. You would not want to put two ENTPs together. One will convince the other one to do something that they both shouldn't be doing, and then they both end up in a ditch. ENFPs might work. Actually, I think two ENFPs could probably work. I don't see any real conflicts there. They're not hyper emotional. They both want to have that certain level of logic to make sure that things are getting done. They'll probably both be working to support the other. And then if one of them decides that they want to, get pregnant and have children, well, then the other one's going to be like, absolutely, I'm ready to martyr myself for this family. And it's like, well, I can see where that would work for sure.
I agree with the ENFPs actually. Now that you say it, it would be pretty balanced. I think
I
it
think
could
it
work.
would be. I think that one wouldn't be so bad. I think. Good
Yeah.
question. Good question. I learned something today that never, because I don't like to mix MBTI and relationship stuff because I have my actual understandings of how real life works. So uh, normally I don't bother with it, but that was a good one. ENFPs. Put them
Aya
together.
wants to let you know that she appreciates everything you do.
Thank you. It's good to be appreciated. That is nice.
Vonda asks, "Do you trust people?"
You shouldn't trust anyone. Not 100%, not completely. There's no reason for it. Remember that every person is human, and sometimes humans can be unpredictable. But I mean, that's my personal belief. I see the possibilities all the time. Whatever
Time to go.
weird possible outcomes can be gained from any kind of pairing or interactions with other humans. So I only trust people as far as my patterns, as for the patterns that I recognize in them. So I expect crackheads to find ways to get crack. I expect CEOs of whatever company to, behave in certain manners that will make them more money. I expect me to always be lazy. That's as far as trusting people goes. So if you can trust how people behave, then you're pretty good on that. But as for complete 100% trust, no. I would not trust in them, I guess. I would just trust what I know about them.
Moonglove says, "Sweet Daddy, I appreciate you too."
You're a sweetheart. Moon globes.
We have a question from Eric Magnus. "Do ISFJs dump people commonly, and if so, why?"
No. ISFJs do not dump people regularly. That's very much a no. What was the why part? If they do, why? Oh, well, they don't. If ISFJs are incredibly conscientious, incredibly loyal people. If they're deciding to get into a relationship with you, it's because they know that they're supposed to be in a relationship with you, and they want to make sure that that works. The last ISFJ I had met in person, she told me that she'd only been in a relationship. Now, mind you, she was 33, I think, at the time. This would have been about 6 years ago. She was 33, and she had been in a relationship with one man, just the one, and then they split. And that was it. She did not do the whole dating a bunch of guys thing. She did not sleep around. And I was well aware of that, that she didn't. And they're all about, a better way to explain it is that to a preferenced introverted sensor, they have an extreme memory. They ruminate on all past memories, and of course the negative ones stick out more often than not. So every time they do something bad or something that they consider was bad, they have to relive it regularly. This prevents many introverted sensors from taking a lot of risks because, I mean, for one, especially lead introverted sensors, they have a disdain for extroverted intuition. So this whole possibilities and what ifs kind of scenarios, that turns them off, essentially, metaphorically speaking. So that alone will stop them from wanting to take risks. But every time they have a negative experience, they have to relive it constantly for years. And so in terms of dating and breaking up with people a lot, that's a no. That's a big no.
Immortal Emperor Master asks, which function works best at creating a successful relationship?
What function works best at creating a successful relationship?
Yes.
Extroverted feeling. And that goes for society as well, not just relationships. That's people in general. The people that are most liked by everyone all the time, extroverted feelers. Neutral, harmonious. That's usually who they're well liked by. In terms of, these public social settings, they are the most liked. However, I have known some extroverted feelers to not always be liked by certain people, especially in like high up positions where it's a very competitive atmosphere. They sometimes get pushed around or whatever because they're in an environment where extroverted feeling is not important. As a matter of fact, most people see it as a detriment. Being disagreeable is more important, and so extroverted feelers in those environments, they're going to have a more difficult time as well. But extroverted feeling, that is the human survival function. It's how we've kept society going for these thousands of years. Good old extroverted feeling.
Gene Bean says, but what about FI if FI is focused with people?
FI is not focused on people. Introverted feeling is about one's own personal feelings. Now, if you're talking about the feelings of other people and someone who has a strong preference for the feelings of other people, that's actually a combination between extroverted intuition and introverted feeling. It doesn't mean that only those ENFPs and INFPs can do it. Everyone has all the functions and they use them every day. But the question is as to what degree. So, but point is that the feelings of other people, that's a combination of two functions: extroverted intuition, perspectives, and introverted feeling, personal feelings. So that you can use your own experience with your own feelings to understand what someone else might be going through.
Correct. So the person that asked is an ENFP. So they're saying that wouldn't ENFPs be good at balancing and creating successful relationships too?
Okay, bye.
Well, you'd have to, of course, define successful, and most certainly they absolutely have that capability. I think I just turned off the lights. They have that capability, and usually, my brother, one of my brothers, he is an ENFP, and he does very well to try and accommodate his partner. My father is an ENFP, same way. He's always trying to accommodate. We're talking extreme martyrdom. They're both male, of course, so they feel like they have this duty to support the family, and they do that very well. But as we all know, some people can take certain behaviors for granted. And sometimes those people don't reciprocate that behavior. And that can lead to an unsuccessful relationship. Women, especially for the men, women prefer that men behave in a certain manner. And if they don't behave in a specific manner when they need to behave, they get left. And that's just a normal part of, it's a normal part of society in the United States. So it depends on what you mean by successful. If the relationship just needs to last for 10 years with some kids that were produced, then absolutely, ENFPs are successful. It can very easily be successful. But if we're talking about a long-term one with little to no problems, that, like long-term and it lasts until one of them dies, well, sometimes they make it, other times they don't. Depends on who they get with.
PenCap wants to know, what should female INTPs avoid in a relationship?
Female INFPs?
INTPs.
Oh, female INTPs. What should they avoid? Well, in terms of my personal opinion, what it would be nice, of course, for an INTP female to be in a relationship with someone that wants them to express their extroverted intuition. That of course would be a good thing. And so you would want to avoid, introverted intuitives. you would probably want to avoid that. Of course, MBTI, websites and what have you tell you that for INTPs that the ENFJ is, the best one for an INTP to get with. And I'm like, not if the INTP wants to be home alone and be left alone. That's the worst possible personality that you want to get with, because they're going to be expecting you to grow and evolve with a social setting. And that's going to irritate you a great deal. So you would want to stay away from a lot of introverted intuitives. I would say that, ISTP males, I think that would be good, assuming you find one that you find attractive. I'm not sure what your specific tastes are in men, but I would say that, yeah, an ISTP, he would prefer to be on that maybe slightly more introverted level. I mean, he's still going to go to work and do the things that he wants to do, but he'll go to his shop to, maybe, let's say, work on some new project if it's something he felt like, or he's going to, want to play Call of Duty. That's more of a, nowadays kind of behavior for ISTPs. He'll want to play his video games, and then he'll want to be left alone, and then that'll give you time to be left alone to do whatever it is that you want to do. You'll be, researching some astrophysics material, or, learning more about quantum mechanics, or perhaps just looking up random trivia, or talking to whatever whatever friends you still have, and he'll be off doing his own thing, and everything will be good. You come together at the end of the night, and, remember that, that you exist to one another. Of course, if you got children, that's going to be difficult, because neither one of you necessarily wants to spend a lot of time with kids. And so you just make sure that you have babysitters frequently.
Thanks, buddy.
So I think that I would give it a try. And more importantly, I would give it a try because ISTPs, and maybe even an ESTP, they're more common. And so you have more options to choose from in terms of guys and their interests.
Incoming!
So that's what I would recommend for most females, but in particular the INTP female. Of course, you could get with an ENTP, but one of you is going to need to be on the up and up about things like, I don't know, bills, or taking out the trash, those kinds of things. And it's like, that's not that. You're going to have to find a very mature ENTP, and by mature I mean he needs to be in probably his mid to late 40s. So, and good luck finding a successful ENTP in his mid 40s that doesn't just have a harem of women already.
So I have Ismail who is asking, how can I convince my 20-year-old something ENFP friend to stop being a doormat?
Oh, I've been trying to do that with my brother for years, and he's like 29 now. I can't. I tried. He was in a relationship with a fresh 18-year-old ISTJ female.
Good job.
She ran his life. I couldn't talk to him. She would not let me talk to him. She would not let him do anything that he wanted to do. He was telling me about how miserable he had been, but he kept convincing himself, like he was justifying it. He would convince himself that, she's really strict, and she's really conscientious, and that's going to help me. I'm going to get better by being in a relationship with her. She broke his damn heart. Just ruined him for years. And I've been trying to convince him, about, taking time for himself and that kind of thing. No, that's not something that, as a man, that is just not something that he is capable of doing. He cannot think in a selfish enough manner, because he's been conditioned to believe that other people were more important than he is. So there is, as far as I can tell, there is no saving ENFP males until they just grow up. And now, if you're talking about an ENFP female being a doormat, she would be choosing to be a doormat. That's something that she wants to, she wants to be agreeable. She wants to be more submissive, and that's, of course, normal female behavior. It's very typical. There's very few I have met a ENFP male who doesn't behave in such a manner, but she had a very specific childhood. She grew up in different parts of the world. And so she had a different life experience, which prevents her from, being that kind of a doormat character. But other than that, very unlikely to change their opinion on how they should behave in life.
This is how we fight back home.
Junko wants to know, when is the video coming to how to spot an ENTJ?
I'm looking at the writing right now. That's how we've got light in my room right now. Looking at the writings for it. I've had some awful, stupid real-life things that have really been slowing me down. Especially the heat. The heat's been bad. It's slowing me down a little bit. But, I do other things. I'm still, I talk on the Discord, and I, of course, do live streams. I still make the Patreon videos, which I'm starting to think that I should adopt the Patreon videos style into some of my, YouTube material. But we'll see how that goes, because it would be easier for me to work with during this particular moment in my life. We're trying to get things ready for a move, and I hopefully by the end of the year I will be moving to Oregon, away from this awful desert.
Positively unstoppable.
Where's my gratitude?
That's a great place to be in, according to me.
According
No
to
data.
me. Perfect.
So, sorry, I can't stop laughing because my friend just got here with a bottle of Dominican rum, a big 2-liter bottle.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So,
Good for
Immortal
you.
Emperor Master, thank you. He asks, as an ENFP, I feel like I can get along with literally any type so long as their bad traits aren't absolutely overbearing.
Mhm.
What function contributes to my acceptance of other people, of other people's pros and cons?
So the question was, what about, was it types they can get along best with you? that the
It's
question?
more of a what function attributes to my acceptance of other people's pros and cons as an ENFP.
Well, that would be extroverted intuition. It's a preference for the perspectives of other people. It confers that preference. Extroverted intuition. It does, of course, it does other things, but one of those things is a preference for
Wait until I finish reading.
how other people see things, their perspectives. And so you're going to, because every person's unique, every person's different, and it's fun to see how they were turned into those things. They're people puzzles, as I call them. So it's very fun. For an extroverted intuitive, it's very fun. Not necessarily for an extroverted sensor or an introverted intuitive, but...
We all know the online tests don't work, but out of all of the online tests, which functions do you think it's harder for the online test to pick up?
A
And
lot
why?
of them have a difficult time understanding what extroverted thinking is. I'm not sure I could give you an exact example, but I'm always, I think the last one that I took was the, what do they call it? Like Sarcanova, something like that.
Yeah.
I was, someone wanted me to take that test, so I took it, and it told me that I had a score for extroverted thinking, and I'm like, when did it ask me an extroverted thinking question at all? The big problem is that they lack context. So if someone were to, let's say, answer a question on one of those tests about, how often do they like to go outside? And they put down, oh, I never go outside, like almost ever. And then the test will be like, okay, well, clearly you're, which by the way is wrong, but they'll say, okay, well, you're some kind of introvert then because you never go outside. But in reality, this person that took this test, well, they live in Siberia and it sucks to go outside. And so they never go outside. And so they're missing that context they're asking what people are doing and not the why they're doing it. And that's where the tests really mess up. But more relevant to this particular question, they don't understand how the functions behave in real life. A lot of the tests just don't. They don't get it. And they're just wrong. If we were to go off of a lot of online tests to determine, the percentage of personalities in the world, then it would be like, 80% intuitive, and virtually everyone would be an introverted thinker, and all those things. It's pretty bad.
Reloading.
Don't recommend them.
So, someone in the chat, none of your business, is asking, what are the best types for INTJ females?
The best types. Well,
Yes.
I guess once again we're going to need some extra context here. Like, what do you mean by the best for you?
Thanks, buddy.
Do you mean the one that you're going to be most attracted to, or the one that's going to be most compatible with your personality? Because those are not going to be the same people at all. You're going to be more attracted to certain kinds of men, but the ones that would actually be more beneficial for your lifestyle, those are going to be the men that you wouldn't think twice about. That meme about how the women are asking God to send them a good, decent man, for them, and the meme is that they'd been sent to you like 100 times, and you kept passing them up because they weren't attractive to you. That's kind of what you'd be looking at. It's like, yes, the men that are good for the way you want to live are the kinds of men that you would never be with. And then the ones that you are attracted to, they're not going to mesh well with you whatsoever.
It's going berserk.
So if anything, you might just be looking for maybe a sperm donor, possibly. Maybe that would be easiest for you.
So, Mommy is asking, what are your thoughts on the Michael Carlos test?
Finish reloading.
I don't know the Michael Carlos test. And if they're exactly like the other tests, let's say the 20 plus tests that I have seen on MBTI, if they're similar, then it's not going to be very good. And like I said before, it's not good because they're missing context. Another reason is that they don't understand how the functions behave in real life, so they just put down what they feel is correct for those functions. And then thirdly, most people are going to answer in a way that they wish they were, not how they actually are. For these tests to even be remotely accurate, you have to take a completely unbiased account of your aggregate behaviors over in life, and most people cannot pull that off. That is too difficult for them.
Oh, do you remember the other night when Sleepy and I were taking a test, and I was telling him we needed to answer like unbiasedly? That's the test. That it had like a bunch of questions. I actually kind of enjoyed it more than the other ones because it did have some introverted. I think it was the closest to an introverted thinking questions we could find, or like behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of
I was
on the
thinking
test.
extroverted thinking.
Yeah.
Extroverted thinking they get wrong.
The next question we have is, what is your favorite food?
Good job, buddy.
My favorite food.
Mm-hmm.
Does beer count? I mean, there's some nutritional value there, right?
Is there?
I mean, kind of, sort of. There's some nutritional value. I mean, if that counts as a food, then most certainly. I wouldn't say that I have a favorite food, but probably the one food that I could eat virtually all the time, Philly cheesesteak pizza. I wouldn't be able to stop myself most days from eating it.
And we have something from PenCap that says, what should ISTJ females avoid in relationships?
ISTJ females?
Yes.
Avoid men that are shorter than you. Most certainly. Avoid those. Obviously, you're not going to be super interested in men that are into their feelings. So introverted feeling preferenced males, probably not. However, I would say that they're, ENFPs, for example, they're not super emotional or anything. So that might be okay kind of for you. I mean, it might not be good for them as long as you're treating them well and you're giving them the adequate amount of time to do the things that they want to do, then it should work out. But that's not always how ISTJ females behave.
88 Mahi says that you have great taste when it comes to pizza.
Thank you. No, I do. Pizza is most certainly my favorite food.
Okay, so the next thing that we have is, can you tell us a little bit more of ISTJ males, what they need to avoid in relationship?
Males?
Mm-hmm.
Male what?
ISTJs.
Male ISTJs, what to avoid for relationships. I mean, I would always recommend that you avoid. I mean, it depends. I mean, like for other men, or is this ISTJ males and women? Because obviously, it's gonna be different. But so if you're going for a female, I always recommend that you avoid one that wants to control your life and tell you what to do. That's one that you should always avoid. Not just because it means that you can't do the things that you want to do, but it's because, in my experience, women that tell you what to do all the time eventually lose respect for you. Eventually. They completely lose respect. And then once the respect's gone, so is the relationship. So definitely avoid that. But as an ISTJ male, you're kind of a robot. So most of the ISTJ males that I've known are alone, single and unmarried with no children, even by the age of 45. So, ones to avoid any of them that aren't ISFPs or ISFJs. They expect, in one case, they want the man to take the lead, which is ISFPs, and for ISFJs, they expect the man to take the lead and to follow what he should be, what he's supposed to be doing. So I would stick to one of those two. The other ones, there's a lot of possibilities there that can screw you over, and those are the ones that I would have you avoid.
PemCap says, my last question for the day. What should make ISFJs look for in a relationship? What should male ISFJs look for in a relationship?
The same thing that most men look for. So if you're an ISFJ, you're going to be expecting whatever woman you get with to behave in a manner similar to how how women around you were when you were growing up. So however they were, if they were, I mean, of course that completely depends on your upbringing, but if you're expecting them to behave in a more submissive manner, and if you have no problem being a little more aggressive, a little more dominant, then you could still go with another ISFJ or an ESFJ. You could still go with the ISFP. The ones that you're gonna avoid are, you're gonna want to avoid extroverted intuitives, of course, because their minds are going to be kind of all over the place. They don't like routines, they don't like schedules, and so that's going to conflict with your entire life. So you want to avoid those. Maybe I would say maybe introverted intuitives, but the odds of you finding an introverted intuitive female these days that, with her big goal in life is to be the best mom that she could possibly be, you'd have a better chance of winning the lottery than finding an introverted intuitive preferenced female that believes that, just being a homemaker and having children and being the best possible parent figure is, her goal in life. Yeah, good luck. It's not going to happen. So, like I said, most men are looking for 3 personality types: ISFPs, ISFJs, and ESFJs. Those are the ones that are most attractive to most men. So in terms of a generality, ISFJ males would be looking for the same ones. But bigly, probably just stay away from extroverted intuitive females. They're going to be all over the place.
Mommy asks, what is the difference for how FI manifests itself for INFPs versus INTJs?
I'm not even sure you could even compare the two in terms of like uh, uh, it's not even like, so introverted feeling in the third position. Goes for either ISTJs or INTJs. It usually comes out as bursts of frustration or anger. In both cases, that's where you mostly see their personal feelings come out. Of course, they have their personal opinions on certain things, but they would rather go with, of course, the pre-established correct logic for society, and so they don't always like to express their feelings. INFPs, on the other hand, would absolutely rather follow their feelings, their gut instincts as to what's morally right and what's morally wrong. They would rather use that than anything else. And so, of course, that also means they're going to be a bit more emotional. And by a bit, I mean that an INFP male, for example, I've known a few of them in my life. And when you get to talk with them in a more private setting, they tend to not shut up about their personal feelings on anything. And so that could be happy, sad, joyous, dreadful. I mean, any of those things. So it's significantly different in how that behaves, like a great deal. Whereas an INTJ, 80% of the time they're going to be keeping their emotions in check. Whereas with an INFP, they're 80% of the time they will be going with their emotions, and then the other 20% is maybe not emotional, maybe, possibly. Depends on their level of neuroticism. INFPs are very prone to neuroticism, high levels of neuroticism. So self-doubt, depression, anxiety.
So Ismail asked a question, which I honestly really like because I think I have discussed with you if a typing done by one of your best friends would be accurate than done by yourself. So what he's asking is, wouldn't the best way to answer a test be to ask 2 or 3 of your close friends and triangulate the answers with them?
Depends on your friends. So if I were to take the people that I have known the longest in my life, like 3 people. So one's an INTJ, one would be an ENFP, and maybe one would be an ESTP. They all have different levels of preference for focusing on other people. And so one of them is going to be highly inaccurate, one of them will be semi-inaccurate, and then one of them will be more accurate. But even with the, for example, the one that would be really accurate, they're not always around. And so they may have missed key moments in my life where I may have behaved in certain manners. And so they would also potentially answer incorrectly in some ways, or they would get the wrong impression about me overall. And so I don't believe that would be more accurate.
Rihanna asks, why are ENFPs stereotyped as being so bubbly and friendly when they don't have FE?
Some people make for one, this of course is more common in the MBTI community. Some people make the mistake of ESFPs when they're actually ESFJs, which is understandable because most people believe that if just one of those letters in the acronym is off, then that means that, oh, they're just slightly different. Well, no, they're actually 2 completely different personalities. But ESFJs are more equipped to be actually good at conversation, actually good at socializing. Whereas an ESFP, they just keep talking. And they keep talking. And they're not talking about you or your things. Once in a while, they may be like, okay, well, I've talked for the last 15 minutes, so how are you? And then you say like 2 sentences, and then they say, oh, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about because this one time I did this thing, and then I was, feeling this way after I ate all that popcorn, and then, the movie was bad. I mean, they just kind of go off back to themselves. So they might be, in quote, bubbly, maybe a little absent-minded. I being generous with that one. Yes, they can be seen as certain way, but in terms of actually being successful in socializing, ESFP is oftentimes hit or miss, whereas an ESFJ is quite aware of how they need to be behaving based on that particular social setting. So, and on top of that, ESFPs, of course, also have extroverted feeling. It's just not in a strongly preferenced position. That's all. That doesn't
So
mean
it
that
was
they can't use it.
for ENFPs.
For
So,
ENFPs,
yeah, it was why are ENFPs stereotyped as being so bubbly and friendly when they don't have FE? So ENFPs.
oh, uh, certainly friendly. I don't know if I've known an ENFP to be in quote bubbly, like always super high energy all the time. They're usually going to be a lot more chill. Because they're going to be in their head a lot more often. They're seeing a lot of possibilities, and in seeing and processing possibilities takes more time internally than it does being external. And so if you're seeing an ENFP be all bubbly and whatnot, well, then you're probably looking at an ESFP, not an ENFP. So they're stereotyped as being a certain way because ESFPs like to type themselves as ENFPs, and then they claim it and they tell other people that they are ENFPs, and therefore people get the wrong impression about what an ENFP is supposed to be, which once again, that's like 95% of the MBTI community. People don't understand what types act in what way. It's just a big giant, it's like the wild west of typology. Everyone just does whatever they want and believes whatever they feel like. So,
Mommy thanks you for your responses and says much love as always.
much love. I'll put it
And
here where my heart used to be. It's around here somewhere. Thank you.
so Fatima is asking, how do I stop being such a procrastinator and go to do something as an ENTP?
Oh, I guess maybe you weren't around for the donkey kicking you in the head explanation, but uh, you maybe okay. So I said on a more serious note, I said perhaps try coffee, something with caffeine in it. Maybe that can help. For me, it just makes me a little more paranoid, a little more crazy. But maybe for you, it'll have an opposite effect. Hopefully, it would. Other than that, try to, and this, I know this isn't going to work for a long period of time, but you could try putting yourself in a situation where you absolutely need to get stuff done or you die kind of situation, or your whole life falls apart. And even then, now I grew up had a very specific childhood. So for me, life falling apart is kind of just a normal thing that happens to me. So I've gotten used to it. But if you put yourself in a situation where you absolutely need to get these things or you die, then yeah, most certainly that seems like quite a bit of incentive. Can we take like a quick 5-minute break? Just
Yep,
real
we
quick,
can take a
5 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay. I've made it back. I apologize for that. That was unexpected.
Oh, we're happy you're
Question.
back.
Thank you.
Yes, we have questions. So, Brianna T says, why are so many sensors mistyped as intuitives, but not the other way around?
Why are so many sensors typed as intuitive? Well, because everyone hears the word intuitive and believes to themselves, well, I'm totally that. Like that they don't want to believe that they don't have these special, what they believe are special powers. Uh, they're not as magical as everyone seems to think they are. Now, as for I there has been some times where an intuitive person told me that they were probably just a sensor. It doesn't happen very often, but that's usually because they have a misunderstanding of the functions. But yes, most people that are sensors, whether introverted, well, in most cases not introverted actually, a lot of the times they're extroverted sensors that tell me that they are intuitives. That's far more common by a lot. And that's because not really the other way around for extroverted intuitives is because when you have extroverted intuition, for example, it's very apparent. It's the not dealing with reality. It's not dealing with real life. It's dealing with things that aren't happening. It's coming up with all these possibilities and scenarios in your head all the time to the point where it actually influences your real life stuff. Like you're not able to get things done because you're too busy inside your own mind, imagining different worlds, not being here. And that affects you in very observable ways. That affects you most certainly. And so if you've got it, you know you've got it. And if you don't, then you wish that you did. And that's normally how it goes. Just not often with introverted sensors. Not very often.
Someone in the chat says, 88 Mahi says, don't stress, Street. Are you all right? You seem tired.
I'm always tired. That's my secret, Cap. I'm always tired. I stayed up till like 3 in the morning or something last night.
That's bad. You definitely need to go to bed earlier. So the next question we have is, I was wondering about ISFP females, and this question comes from Apple. She says, ISFP females whose values are such that they're not as easily led around as others. Through trauma, most likely, they've developed in less malleable ways when it comes to some things a man might want in a relationship. Does that mean they've lost some of or all of their value as a potential feminine companion? They're easygoing,
Well,
sure, whatever you like. Go ahead.
Okay. So we give things value. Period. We can create our own little objective measurements for what's valuable, but in reality, those are still arbitrary, arbitrary requirements that we put on things. So just because you're not agreeable doesn't mean that you don't have value, because you're going to have value to someone. Now, in terms of romantically speaking, yeah, there are people that don't want agreeable women. They want disagreeable women, or at least they tell you they do. So you would still have value to them. And we're just talking about generalities. In general, men do want an agreeable partner. Period. In most cases, heterosexual ones, anyways. As for homosexual relationships, some do want agreeable partners, other ones don't. So that's really personal preference there. But it's not just the agreeableness, of course. It's youth, beauty, fertility, agreeableness, those things. Agreeableness in terms of just on a personality level, yes, the agreeableness, the submissive nature. That's of course what most men prefer in a long-term partner. Not necessarily for, short-term, one-nighters or, a fun, weekend here and there. There's there are women that men would like to sleep with, And then there are women that men would like to marry. Those are two different categories.
I have another question from Apple. How could an INFP male be so out of touch with his FI that he often doesn't know what he's feeling without really sitting down and thinking hard about it?
Well, that's what they do. That's where the neuroticism comes from. It's because they will sit there and think about how they feel, about not just currently how they feel, but how they would feel in different situations. It's a constantly running process. And they have, so unlike ENFPs, their introverted sensing is in the third position, meaning that they constantly remember those things, usually about how bad they feel. And so they ruminate on those feelings. So they're always aware of how they feel. They don't have a choice.
Are INFPs and ENFPs as into philosophical stuff as INTPs and ENTPs?
Not as often. No, I mean, they'll talk about it, but no, not as often. Not as often.
Okay. If you had to recommend any personality test online that you have seen, which one do you think is better or the worst one out of them all?
I think they're all pretty bad for a lot of different reasons. I don't think there's any one in particular that's so bad that you should absolutely never go to it. I mean, because they're all kind of like that, so wouldn't recommend them. I instead recommend you go to my Discord and then talk to me about it.
Yep. Remember
Normally what
how
I
to
recommend.
remind them how can they get type? How they can get type?
Goodness, it is warm in here. How can they get typed? They can go to my Discord and put in an application. Most
Perfect. Does
certainly.
anybody have questions? Anything else that you guys want for the big urchin?
The big urchin. Oh.
This is the last questions that we have. Anybody else? Brianna asks, how accurate is personality database?
Not at all. In most cases, they have Gandalf typed as an INTJ there, and apparently it's on popular vote. They nominate a character to get, essentially get typed, and then people will vote on what they believe their type is. So you have a community where 90% of the people have no real idea of how MBTI works, and they're typing people, or well, not just people, but characters. So don't go there looking for reliable information.
Mood Gloves has reminded me that I said your name wrong. It should be Big Daddy Urch.
Big Daddy Urch.
My apologies.
Terrific.
I don't have any more questions right now.
No more questions. No, that's too bad.
Someone just said, Immortal Emperor, are the conversations about relationship work towards friendship as well?
Well, in some respects, certainly. So for just a friendship, you would, of course, want to spend a lot of pleasant moments with that person. I mean, you can develop love with a friend, not necessarily romantic love. I mean, the physical love that comes with certain types of chemicals that get pushed through the brain when you engage in certain romantic activities. So that's a slightly different thing. But yes, if you spend any adequate amount of time, pleasant time with another human being, you will develop that sense of love for that person, where it would actually harm you if they were to be removed from your life. Now that's, the love, that's the kind of love that kills old married couples. Like one of them finally passes away and then the other one passes shortly thereafter, like 6 months later or less, because it causes them physical pain. Like it caused them like physical harm to lose that person. That's the real love. That's the big love.
Brianna T wants to know, how would you respond to people are too complex to put into 16 boxes?
On a high resolution scale, like if you really get down to the nitty gritty of every person, most certainly everyone is unique in some way. It'll be from their life experiences and certain, and because of those life experiences, they'll handle situations in different ways, most certainly. On a low resolution, on a core level, from where it all stems from, you can put people into 16 boxes. People, with the thousands of people that I have, of course, talked to, personally gotten to know, interviewed, just in relation to MBTI. Yeah, they fall into patterns pretty big because MBTI talks about core level stuff. Like what do you have a preference for the physical concrete world? Do you have more of a preference for it? A world that you imagine in all the possibilities therein. Do you prefer to just agree with whatever the pre-established logic is, or do you question everything and go with what you believe is correct? Do you choose to be authentic with yourself, or do you choose to just kind of be fake and manipulate social settings? Those are all obvious human traits that you can see. That's very observable in real life, most certainly. That people absolutely fall into those 16 patterns.
Do you think ENTPs would benefit from therapy since we like to do our own research and we can see ourselves objectively? And which types do you think would benefit from therapy the most?
Was that about ENFPs?
ENTPs.
Oh, ENTPs.
This is an
I
ENTP
have
asking the question.
I have seen, I think, 3 different counselors. The last one I was, I think, 17. It was the last one that I saw. And I would do my best to avoid talking about myself. Everything turns into a philosophical discussion when talking to a counselor. So, does it help? It only helps in the sense that there is someone across from you that is paid to listen to you complain or muse on things out in the open. They're paid to do that. So maybe that would be cathartic for you to do such a thing. Is it going to actually help? No. As far as I'm concerned, most therapists that you go to, their job isn't to fix you. Their job is to make you feel good enough so that you want to come back and give them another $100 next week. That's my take on that. So I don't believe it's going to help in any substantial way that you couldn't have gotten from just talking to a random person on Discord.
Opinion on Frank James and his fan base.
Well, I don't know his fan base, but I know some of his material, and he just does skits in the same monotone voice over and over again, which is fun for most, some people. Obviously, he's got however many millions of subscribers. How many does he have now? Some ridiculous number, I'm sure. But they are
1.2
people that
million.
want the entertainment value in whatever it is that he does. They're not really interested in MBTI necessarily. They're just they're just interested in whatever silly things that he says. I remember doing a part of one of my MBTI content videos was on a skit of his talking about INTJ moms, which was very wrong, obviously, but it still could have been funny, especially if you don't know anything about MBTI. You're just listening to him and you're like, oh, I guess that's what it's like, and haha, that's hilarious. Well, it's people that don't really care about MBTI, which is fine. Most people don't. So good for him. He appeals to a demographic that is more accessible. So, good for him. I'm sure he's making a good money doing it.
What would be the most smartest type, most philosophical type, most open-minded type, most likable type, and most emotionally intelligent type? Let's start with the smartest type.
Well, so I have a personal definition for smart. I equate smart with knowledgeable. I don't necessarily equate it with intelligence. So if we're talking about a type that knows the most pre-established knowledge, like, things that you would read out of books or, you'd read on the internet, etc., then it would actually probably be it would probably be an ISTJ. ISTJs are very, in quote, smart. They absorb information, or can absorb information very easily. So if you've got an ISTJ that, grew up in a nice 2-parent household and they were told to go to school and get good grades, and, they just do that because they were supposed to, then yeah, they're going to be very smart. They're going to get all those good grades. They're going to do all the work that they're supposed to be doing and be able to ace the tests because they know virtually all of the answers. So I would actually say an ISTJ would be smart. So if that's what you were talking about, if you were talking about in terms of just raw, what we would consider to be intelligence, well, then you're looking for an INTP, generally speaking. INTPs focus on aspects that we regard as intelligent. So the overthinking, actually overthinking, like the big thing, like someone that spends literally days or weeks thinking about a very specific subject and wondering about all the possibilities therein, then yes, you're looking for an INTP. What was the next one?
Most philosophical type.
ENTP. That was easy. So we can go back to characters such as Socrates. Gave us the Socratic method for answering questions, certain questions anyway. So always asking the why, and the wonder, and the possibilities, because the possibilities come before the logic. So a possibility doesn't need to initially be rational for it to be pondered. And that's what, philosophy is all about, is discovering what is the actual truth of things. And there's infinite number of interpretations therein. Therefore, you need someone that preferences those kinds of things. So ENTP.
Most open-minded.
I would assume that any personality with a preference for extroverted intuition would be the most, like the absolute most open-minded. Sure, you could go with, ENFP or ENTP in terms of just absolutely open to literally everything. Or, for example, I tell people that I am the master of suspension of disbelief. Tell me an entertaining story. I will do my absolute best to not pick out any plot holes. I'll not try to poke holes, in the story. Just tell me something entertaining, and I'll listen to it. With some exceptions. For example, the Return of Skywalker. Really, that one hurt. That one was a sharp knife to the back, for sure. I couldn't stop picking out the plot holes, especially. My favorite part was when Rey shocked the spacecraft out of the air. I just about lost my mind when I saw that. I was like, how did she do that? She couldn't possibly do that. That takes years of training. Just the whole thing. I'm more into Star Wars though, so maybe that's why I had such a problem with that movie.
Most likable.
Most likable is probably the ESTP, I think, overall. ESTP. That's the one of my people that I talk to about MBTI. He also agreed that ESTPs were most likely the pinnacle of male behavior in society. You have the logic, but you also have the charisma, and of course dealing with actual reality, which, once again, I don't like reality, but I have to live in it. Well, an ESTP both lives in it and enjoys the practical, the real, the concrete. So ESTPs, probably the most likable, most relatable, most certainly.
Okay, this next one, I know you're going to have a comment about it, but which one is the most emotionally intelligent type?
So I'm not sure. I'm trying to be as nice about this one as possible. You would have to define what emotional intelligence is. Now, as far as I'm concerned, there is no such thing as emotional intelligence. It's just intelligence. You cannot be dumb and also know how people feel, because that requires rationalization. Generally, you have to be able to rationalize why someone is feeling the way that they're feeling. Now, and then just picking up on subtle clues, like you can't be dumb and then notice that someone's got a droopy face, and and then to understand that they're sad. Like, that's just intelligence. It's noticing a detail and then rationalizing what that detail means. That's just intelligence. That's it. But if we were to say emotional intelligence is the ability to just feel how someone feels without rationalizing it, without any conscious articulation, then essentially what we're talking about would be empathy, to feel what someone else is feeling. Then I would say it would be the INFP would be that, just because they take such an interest in the emotions of other people, that they're experienced with it. They have such a preference for it that it's the forefront of their mind in a lot of ways, is to think about other people and how they feel even in different scenarios. So it's a game to them. These puzzles is they'll take a person that they know pretty well, and they'll say to themselves, okay, well, what if this person was in a let's say I wanted to go with like a murder movie, like a horror movie where people are getting murdered all over the place. Well, how would this person behave? And they'll spend, a good 5-10 minutes maybe just thinking about how that person they know very well would behave in those situations. Maybe even take even less time than that, especially if they're more practiced with it. They can process it a lot faster, and then they can move on to the next person and think about how they would behave. And so they usually come very well equipped in understanding how people will react emotionally in certain situations. So in terms of emotional intelligence, I would give it to the INFP.
I knew you were going to have a problem with that one. Follow-up question on that. Do you think that sometimes that INFP's personal value would get in the way of being able to know what the other person is feeling, because they're just going to put themselves in that situation?
Yes, especially when an INFP gets flustered over a situation, a confrontation. That's when they can start not necessarily becoming conflicted, but clouded. Their judgment might be clouded when they're in confrontation with another person. They may act a little more irrationally than normal, and that can cause problems. Yes.
Thank you. The next one is, and the last one, what is the most understanding type?
I don't know what you mean, like to understanding, like how the types that understand others the most. There would be no type, because each type would preference understanding a specific aspect of a person. So you take an INFP, well, they're going to understand be understanding in regards to that person's feelings about things. So that can give them a good understanding of that person as a whole. Me, on the other hand, I categorize people's behaviors and try to turn them into pseudo math equations. So I understand people in what they're going to do next on a more logical, categorized level. So those kinds of things. ENFPs would be able to do that as well, along with, and INTPs could do that, but they actually would need to take more of an interest in humans, and it doesn't happen very often. But some of them do become, for example, psychologists. INTPs, they love reading, some of them enjoy reading the literature and then turning, people into puzzles, much like I do. And so some of them do take an interest in that. Not very often, but they do. So the types that would be the most, in quote, understanding, once again, I'm not exactly sure what you mean by understanding, but if we're talking about understanding human beings, then having a strong preference for the perspectives of others really helps in that regard. So your INTPs, ENTPs, ENFPs, INFPs.
Would you say an ISFJ would be able to maybe be understanding?
Close. ISFJs are also excellent lie detectors. There's 2 personality types in all 16 that are particularly adept at picking up on lies. They just do it in slightly different ways. You got the ENTP and the ISFJ. ENTPs do it for obvious reasons. ISFJs pick up on lies because they have such an excellent ability to recall information. And so they pick up on the inconsistencies in a story. And of course, they also do have a preference for social settings and picking up on cues of people getting upset or being a little too happy for no reason, things like that. And so that gives them the ability to lie detect a lot better than virtually every other personality. So there is that. I actually don't even remember the original question.
We were talking about the most understanding type.
Oh yeah, it's the most understanding. ISFJs can be understanding. If we're just talking about understanding people, but at the same time, they don't necessarily have a perspective, or not perspective. They don't have a preference for the perspectives of other people. They just know when people do things that are anomalous. That's what they pick up on, and use other context clues to determine things like intent.
Perfect, thank you. I have an ISFJ next to me who says she just wanted you to compliment her, so that's why she wanted to know. Next question. What are your best sources to actually go deeper on MBTI and cognitive functions to get more insight on how it all actually works? Books, articles, whatsoever.
So I have been asked this question a number of times. My answer is always reality is the best place for the information. If you want to know and really understand how this works and to see it in real life, you've got to go out there. You've got to see it, because a lot of the information that I have read, awful. A lot of it's just purely theory that you can't observe. It's, it's actually kind of clever when you tell people that this certain type thinks in this very specific way. How are you going to disprove them? In most cases, you can't. So you either have to believe what they say or don't believe it, because it can't be proved one way or another. What I did was take the system and use it in real life, and then be able to use it to such a degree that I was able to explain it to other people. That's the reason that I have the YouTube channel, is so that I could explain MBTI in very relatable ways, so that, people that don't even care about MBTI can understand it and then use it for their benefit. So you can either talk to me, watch my videos. I have some apprentices that are learning currently. You could probably talk to them about some things. But realistically, going out there, getting the base definitions, and then seeing how these apply in real life. The definitions for the cognitive functions, of course. Do not go to some third party website that's trying to give you like a 2-page essay on what introverted intuition is. Not necessary. And most of the time it's just straight up wrong. So go out there, find it. Or listen to me.
As an ENTP, which types do you personally seek romantically and platonically? So who are you going to date next, basically?
Am I going to date? I don't know why anyone would even assume that I have the answer to that question. I wouldn't even want to know who I was going to date next. I would like it to be a surprise. So,
but which personalities do you actually seek, like romantically and platonically?
Oh, the ones that I seek.
Uh-huh.
I don't seek anyone. I don't. I just assume that regardless of the personality, it's going to be this new person that I get to learn and try to understand. So, as far as I know, I'm going to be, I won't be seeking anyone. I'll just be like alone for the rest of my life. As far as I know. I don't go out and seek. There are maybe when I was much younger, and this is before I knew about MBTI, sure, I was looking for new experiences with new women pretty regularly, but now I'm just old. And so I live out in the middle of nowhere currently, and hopefully moving to Oregon soon. And even when I move there, I'm more concerned about other aspects of my life. So if a woman wants to invite herself into my life and wants to date me, then that can be something, but I'm not gonna specifically pick anyone out. There's certainly some that I would stay away from, most certainly. Like an ENTJ female, for example. Not that I've ever met one, but if I did, I would be like, no, I'm good. Same goes with, INTJ females, the actual dating portion of it. Like, no, we could do other stuff, but not, committed dating related things. Would not do that.
Someone in the chat says, please provide more compliments for ISFJs.
Sure. Now I have a video about ISFJs, but off the top of my head, the first thing that comes to mind is backbone of society. Literally, you would not be in a civilization right now if you did not have ISFJs around. You would not be. Your society would have been destroyed many decades and decades ago. Centuries ago, possibly millennia. ISFJs do the brunt of the shit work that no one else wants to do. I said a swear on stream, my bad. ISFJs are the stay-at-home moms. The ISFJs are the ones that are the supervisors that get the job done exactly how it's supposed to be, and like mid-level, supervisors. They are the people that are highly conscientious and have little to no aspirations to just make it big and be famous. They are the unsung heroes. They are your nurses. They are, once again, your small time leaders. They are the glue that keeps society running. If you did not have them, you wouldn't have much of anything. So as for compliments for ISFJs, excellent lie detectors, backbone of society, excellent mothers, very loyal in relationships, even if they're absolutely ass miserable. Like they'll put up with it for a very long time, especially if other people are relying on them to be in that relationship. So they'll put up with a lot of crap to make sure that everyone stays alive. They'll do quite a bit. That's very admirable, because most certainly that's not something that I could just do.
Nick Glass asks, what are areas in which you feel people use MBTI, but in your opinion, MBTI has no place?
Relationships.
Relationships.
That's the MBTI was used during World War II to have whoever was left, whoever didn't go to war, to replace to replace others that for certain jobs, etc. So like factory workers or supervisors, things like that. It was effective enough to use for that. It can be used for for a lot of things, just not for some things like relationships. You could I've even found correlations between certain personality types and the types of activities they enjoy, like games, for example, especially when it comes to genre of games. So ENTPs, for example, they seem to enjoy action RPGs. There's something about combining the physical aspects of controlling a character with the near endless possibilities of builds, equipment loadouts, things like that. Very cool stuff. ESTPs and ISTPs, they really, now granted, I've seen them play those other types of games like RPGs, but they seem to prefer and are excellent at first-person shooters. So you could use MBTI in that regard, I imagine. Just not relationships. And if I were to remake the stereotypical MBTI relationship pairings, it would be a lot different from the ones that you see now. I actually found that it was more important for the what do you call them, the perceiving functions, not the decision making functions. So it's actually more important to have cognitive functions like the intuition or the sensing functions. Having those in common led to more successful relationships than the thinking and feeling functions.
If you weren't an ENTP, which personality type would you like to be?
ESTP.
That would actually fit you pretty well. Why? Why do you want to be an ENTP for the chat?
Being able to live in the moment and not being so... Like, my cousin's an ESTP. And he says, something like, "Oh, I need to clean my room today because I've been really procrastinating on it." I'm like, "What do you mean by procrastinating?" He's like, "Well, I was going to do it yesterday, but I just didn't, so I'm going to do it today." I'm like, that's what procrastination means to you? How about living in a shitty sty of a room for the next like 3 weeks? Like that's procrastination. Like that's real procrastination. So if I were to pick one in ESTP, I would retain the charisma that I usually have with people and my understanding of social situations, except that I wouldn't be caring so much about things that are unproductive. I would actually be caring about things that improve my life, and I would be more focused on that. So, and then I'd be better at first person shooters, which most people, play. Like a lot more people play that than, let's say, Monster Hunter, this game that I haven't touched in the past like hour. Yeah, no one plays Monster Hunter, but I do. So instead, I could be playing the latest Call of Duty game, and I'd actually have people to play it with. So yeah, I totally would rather be an ESTP if I wasn't an ENTP.
Question from Apple. Is it possible for an ISTJ who was born very attractive to grab hold of the game and develop the Riz? Oh no, she made me use that word. Please, people, don't ask questions that say Riz.
It's
To
the
develop.
best word.
I do not like that. I don't like that word. So to grab a hold of the game and develop the charisma to use effectively to get the things they want and succeed in business that involves winning people over.
Anything is possible. That's the world that I live in, where anything is possible. Now, if I were to try and rationalize that possibility, you're still going to see those ISTJ traits, even if they. So here's an example. I have a friend that I've known since I was maybe like 22, 23, and it's a she. She is an ISTJ. Okay, so she grew up in a household with two parents, still together to this day, but they were both career-minded individuals. They both had their own careers and did the things that they wanted to do, and they didn't spend a lot of time with their kids. And so she got the chance to live however she felt was most efficient for her or better for her. So imagine an ISTJ with an incredibly messy, cluttered room full of disorganization. So an ISTJ, now that should be strange to you because that's not the stereotype that you hear with ISTJs. You hear about ISTJs that are super organized and they're very conscientious and they do whatever it is they're supposed to be doing. She didn't have parents growing up. She had two essentially ATM machines that would spit out money for whatever it is that she needed. She spent most of her time at daycare. They didn't care about how her room was or whether or not she was taking care of herself. And however, on the bright side, she got to socialize more. And so she is far more socialized. But the same little quirks of not being fully understanding of context in a conversation, those things still crop up. So when people are having a conversation about something lighthearted and fun, she would still... first of all, she would basically be saying nothing the entire time. She would just listen. But once in a while, she'll pop up and say something very extroverted thinking. Well, no, that's not accurate because it's supposed to be like this. She missed the context that people were having fun in a conversation, like they weren't being serious about it whatsoever. And so that little bit of autism just kind of creeps out once in a while. And so you could teach an ISTJ to, like, let's say, a CIA specific set of procedures in dealing with, potential assets. You could teach them those things, but they're still going to have those moments where it creeps out because you can teach an ISTJ to do anything. You can train them to do just about anything, except when they have to come up with things contextually on the spot. When they have to use their imagination to deal with a novel situation, they're going to do their best to fall back on their training but not every situation was covered in the manual, especially when dealing with people. So could they be trained to do those kinds of things on a base level, like to have that in quote riz on a certain specific level? Like, let's say their whole job was to seduce ESFPs. You could absolutely get them. You could absolutely train them to do that, because ESFPs are going to behave roughly the same way in every situation. And whatever few variances there would be, you could cover that in a manual. But dealing with, trying to train an ISTJ to deal with like an ENTP or an ENFP, they're going to come across, they're going to stumble. They're going to come across moments in which their training did not cover these things, because you're talking about seducing people who live a life of unpredictability, especially in their thoughts or what they're going to enjoy in that very specific moment. So that's where they're going to, have problems. But you can train them to run a business or be a supervisor, even in high up places, like let's say the FBI or in high government places. You could train them to do those things because they're very procedural. As a matter of fact, you can get an ISTJ to become an excellent, family doctor who, they tell you, all you have to do is tell them the symptoms. They remember what symptoms were associated with which kinds of diseases or illnesses. Then boom, they write out a prescription. You're gone. Done. Super efficient. And it'll probably work 9 times out of 10. But when it comes to those situations that can't be predicted, that can't be planned for, you have to have them think on the spot. They're going to fall flat. They just don't have a preference for thinking outside the box is all. So you could train them to do most things, but not in every situation will they excel.
So, same question, but now with an ESTJ. Like, can they develop the game if they're very drained?
A lot of ESTJs that I have met, they have more of a preference for extroverted intuition, and so they will occasionally branch out to get advice from other people. They'll do their best to culminate the information that they've got into a kind of an amalgamation of behavior. So they're going to be a little better at it. But as soon as something pops up, they're not going to freak out if it's a situation they haven't seen before, but they will immediately go to someone who might have the answer. But they'll always be relying on other people to give them the information that they're looking for. So, but, like Donald Trump, a lot of people say Donald Trump's an ENTJ. ESTJ. Very ESTJ. And of course, he was charismatic enough to be president. I don't, but then again, on the other hand, people were so fed up with the current establishment that they were basically willing to vote for, anything that was sufficiently different enough, and Donald Trump fit that bill. But ESTJ. So.
See, I want to be the president. I would be a good president.
Good. You be the first.
Yeah.
The first
What?
female Dominican president.
That's right. Hey.
You can
Don't
do it.
We're not going to question that. We're just going to say I will be the best president. Thoughts on religion? This is from Brianna T.
Thoughts on religion? Religion is a great way to keep society organized and moving forward. It's a great way, especially if the religion is all about things like tolerance and peace and do unto others kinds of things. That helps keep people from killing each other if you can indoctrinate them fully into that religion. And then, of course, there are some other religions that are not as tolerant of others. There are some religions that teach very negative things, and those, of course, can lead to problems in a society. But for the most part, if you're trying to keep a society together, whether it's good or bad, it's effective in that regard. If we're talking about my personal beliefs in things, I wouldn't say that I necessarily subscribe to any particular religion. I would like to believe through quantum mechanics that every reality is possible, and that there could in fact be extra dimensions in which there are supernatural creatures, beings, entities that might be looking at us right now. Some people would call them aliens. Other people would call them angels, demons, those kinds of things. I just believe that every world is possible. And so, is it possible that some religions are right? Sure. As far as I know, the Greek gods were real, but because people stopped believing in them, then they lost significant amounts of power, and now they're not nearly as relevant in the lives of other people. As far as I know, that's true, because I don't know everything. I haven't seen any evidence for it necessarily, but just because I haven't found the evidence doesn't mean that it's not real. So that is my thought on religion. It is an excellent tool to keep your society running, assuming that the religion is sound enough.
I love your subscribers. They're gonna vote for me for president, so
Oh,
I'm
good.
already all up for
I'll
it.
vote for you. Yeah, I mean, you'll have to take me to go get registered, but yeah, I'll do it. I've never
No,
voted in my life, by the way. No, not once.
me either, but we'll make this work.
Okay.
My first time, we're gonna do it together.
Good.
So, what religions are you talking about? Is
What religions? Like, modern day Christianity, for example, they try to teach tolerance and, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, all those kinds of things. That one for the most part, modern day. Obviously, there was a time in which Christianity had some slightly different rules, some slightly different beliefs, but modern day stuff, just be good to other people. And I think Buddhism covers, that kind of thing as well. Like be good to others. That it seems so simple, and yet it's such a difficult thing to get people to do. So that's a good one. There are some religions that don't like people of different sexual orientations. And then, of course, there are some religions that believe that trans people are just abominations. There are some religions that believe things that, and granted, when it comes to the personal belief about what the higher power is, I could care less. I do not care if you believe there's an old guy with a giant beard in the sky somewhere, or if you believe the entire world is on the back of a turtle. I don't care. That's hardly important. What's important are the principles that they teach in those religions. That's what's important. So if they teach everyone to help one another and lift each other up every day, that seems like a fine religion, and that most people should probably be into that, because that, for the most part, that's just going to help everybody. And no, I will not name many religions in this live stream. That's for, private conversations where, people are not going to be offended over talking about the truths about certain beliefs and religious practices.
okay? We will have this conversation later then.
Oh, great.
So, is death even real? That's a Nick Glass question.
Is death real? Is any of this real? I mean, really? Is any of it? I'm supposed to believe that the chemicals in my brain interpret for me what reality is. I'm supposed to trust these chemicals which, by the way, I don't even know if they're in there. I haven't personally seen them myself. Now, I've got reasons to believe that there's probably chemicals in there, but realistically, as far as I know, I'm hooked up to the Matrix right now. As far as I know, I shouldn't, in theory, be able to tell the difference. So is death real? Depends on what you mean by death. Like cells stop reproducing kind of death because they ran out of energy, because they ran out of, let's say, blood. They ran out of nutrients.
So Nick Glass says, I guess some people see MBTI as their religion. Wait, are you talking? Because we can't hear you.
I was talking, so my bad. I went on a whole spiel about death, and nobody heard it.
Yeah, no, we couldn't. So
Ouch.
Go again.
The premise was, is anything real? I got to trust chemicals in the brain to tell me whether or not things are real. I don't even know if the chemicals are actually in there. I've got reason to believe that they are, but if death simply means the no longer producing, like, so for example, if cells can no longer divide because they ran out of potential energy, or there's no nutrients, or there's no anything, there's no oxygen, there's nothing to keep it going, and it just stops reproducing and eventually withers away and disappears. If that's what death means, then certainly in this reality we have things that die. However, if we're talking about, let's say, your consciousness, does it die? I mean, we've seen instances in which people can focus on certain items and objects, and it changes the structure of certain, like snowflakes. I remember watching some dumb documentary about, I think it was like quantum mechanics or what have you. It started getting really boring at the end, but they were talking about how a monk was like focusing on like a water crystal or something, and it just by focusing on it changed the structure, like its crystalline structure or something like that. And what's to say that your conscious thoughts aren't being imprinted or influencing things in an extra dimension somewhere? Just the idea that you having a thought changed something somewhere at some point in time. Maybe not even on this plane of reality, just somewhere else. Who's to say that that doesn't happen? Anything's possible. In my world, anything's possible. So if we're talking about whether or not your consciousness dies, as far as I know, your consciousness actually exists in two places at the same time. Like what you're experiencing right now is also happening somewhere else. And then if your body were to die here, the other consciousness, the other part of that reality comes to life, and now you're living there. Like, what's that genre of anime? Isekai. Yeah, what if it's something like that? What if you die here and then you get teleported to another world, essentially, somewhere else, where your consciousness now primarily focuses on that reality? I don't know. I have weird ideas like that all the time. It's normal. Anyways, what was the next question?
So Nicholas said, I guess some people see MBTI as their religion, aka Reddit.
I would hope not. Do not, like I said, on a low resolution level, MBTI covers 16 personality types. Very low resolution core thing. Now you can still use those low resolution figures to determine what someone's most likely to do, with their life, sure. But high resolution, the really the nitty gritty, seeing within context, seeing every decision that was made or every freak accident that happens to a person, whatever situation they're put in, that will change how they interact with the world around them. That will, in subtle ways, that will change it. So to use MBTI as this kind of religion and to go by it, if we're just talking about the thinking about it and just dealing with people using MBTI all the time, yeah, it can be helpful. So assuming that you're getting correct information, consistent information, then yeah, I can see where it might be beneficial. But outside of that, if you are one of the other 90% of people who are into MBTI, the information you're getting is probably wrong. And your thoughts on it are not congruent with the MBTI theory. It is someone else's theory that obviously is not going to have been tested. It's going to be purely based in theory and will have no observable relatability. In which case, if you're turning that into a religion, well, you're not going to be happy because nothing's going to make sense.
Okay, well, Il wants to know my personality type, but I'm going to let her guess that, and I'll ask her again in the end. The next question we have is Minky V. She wants to know if you watched Oppenheimer, and could you type him? I want to watch the movie.
I have not watched Oppenheimer, but I'm always interested in learning about people that created a weapon capable of the destruction that it produces. It's my belief that the Japanese didn't stop fighting because 2 atomic bombs were dropped on them. That's not necessarily why they stopped fighting. My belief is that their spirits were crushed after that. And not because of the mass devastation, but because of the shadows that got photographed to the walls, to the concrete. And so the Japanese, after seeing what had happened, the Americans didn't just destroy some of the, a couple of their cities. They destroyed people's souls. That's what it appeared to be like to them, to see the shadows get photographed to the wall. I believe that's what actually stopped them from fighting. Because the Japanese are a very proud people. They're all about honor and doing their duty. And if their duty was to succeed and find victory, then they would have kept fighting. But after they saw, after they saw what they assumed were people's souls being obliterated, they were like, okay, we're done here. There's no fighting that. Let's just surrender and get this over with. That's my opinion on Oppenheimer.
So, monkeypox enthusiast says, "Hey,
Perfect.
Street Urchin, have there been any books that have influenced your life, and what were they?"
Books that influenced my life. I'm sure that I've been influenced by a number of things in my life in maybe large or small ways. As for books, I would read informational books that didn't really change my life. My first typology material was a program called Pandora's Box. And I think that's what started me on this journey of categorizing people's behaviors that I saw. I think I read it when I was like 21, roughly thereabouts. It's called Pandora's Box. Supposedly, the story behind it is the CIA had a program for teaching agents to seduce potential assets, female assets. And so they had come up with this system that was eventually, they didn't need it anymore, or didn't use it, or it became declassified or something like that. And so someone picked it up and created the Pandora's Box system. And I read that material, and it wasn't a very long book at all. There wasn't a lot of material to it, but I did read that whole thing. That's probably what started me on the idea of typology. I think shortly after that, I wanted to find out if there was any real correlation between what I knew about astrology and other people, and I was like, no, there wasn't. I didn't find anything. Now, on the other hand, I have talked to people who said, no, like that stuff you read on the internet about astrology, that's not correct. You have to find out where the person was born, the exact time of day that they were born, and then all the planets and their alignments and all those. And I'm just like, okay, you show me some correlation and then I might be interested. But until that time, I'm just going to, and those same people that told me that there was more to it, they would try to guess what my astrology sign was, and they've gotten it wrong every single time. Every single time, which, by the way, I'm a Libra. And every time I have said that to somebody, especially after I made the MBTI Discord, they're always surprised to hear that. I have no idea why. Is Libra completely different from how I behave? Is it that different? I don't know.
I know nothing about astrology, so
I don't know enough
No
about
idea.
it, so I can't comment any further.
I want you to read The Brothers Karamazov. That is a book that I wish you read, but it's a complicated thing. You might get bored, but it'll be fun if you read it.
I read the Silmarillion.
Yeah.
Didn't influence my life really, not in any strong degree, but I read it, and that's a pretty dry read, by the way. It's like reading the Bible, and so you have to.
Hey, I actually enjoyed the Bible.
Well, then you probably enjoyed the Silmarillion, because for me, I'd read a paragraph. I'd stop for a few months and go, what did I just read? I got to reread it. I'm not sure I processed that correctly. I need to go back. Like that took a long time. I'd keep the PDF format on my phone, and then every so often I would just swipe through it and read passages, and it just try and skim through it. It was that awful to read. So.
Yeah, the first time I read a Bible, I was 8 years old. I enjoyed it a lot, and then I remember reading it while watching Charmed, the TV show, the magic one.
Was that before or after Shannon Doherty?
I don't know, but it was pretty good. Next question from Scare Scream. How do you know your type when you have many suspected types that could be you?
Okay, so here's something that's cool. If you have been looking into MBTI for a long time, like let's say you've been looking into it for like the past, like in quote long time. Let's say for the past 3 months you've been really into it. You come home from work, or you come home from school or whatever, and you start reading on MBTI. If you have an understanding of the cognitive functions and you're still like, I really don't know which of these personality types I am, you're most likely an INFP. So, most of the time when I come across someone who types different things all the time. Like they'll take the test 3 times that week and get 3 different results. What we're getting is you're someone that has a harder time taking an unbiased, accurate account of your aggregate behavior. And that usually comes from the combination of the introverted feeling, the extroverted intuition, and the introverted sensing. You're doing your best to go back through your life and find out, okay, well, which cognitive functions am I really preferencing? But the problem is, even if your memory is good, you're not going to remember everything. And you're certainly not going to remember necessarily the context in which you made certain decisions. So in most cases, most likely INFP. That's just the most common one. I've seen it happen with a lot of ISFPs as well. And they're too colored by their emotions in that particular moment. Their emotions regulate the kinds of things they're going to remember and how they're going to behave in certain situations. So if they're feeling particularly crappy one day, then they're not going to make the same decisions that they would make when they were happy or content or in a good relationship. I mean, or not having money issues. I mean, there's so many things that influence personal feelings and there's so many things that personal feelings will influence in terms of getting accurate, consistent answers. So if you're having problems, it's very likely you have a preference for, at the very least, you have a preference for introverted feeling, I would think. That could not be, I mean, maybe that's not the case. You could be, as far as I know, you're an INTJ. And you just, granted, if you were an INTJ, I don't know why you're wasting time here on a live stream instead of, doing whatever it is that you want to be doing that makes you feel good or happy or, benefits you as a person. I don't know why you would be doing this instead of that, but anything's possible. That's the reality I live in.
How do you know if you're an ENTP or an ENFP?
Well, I suppose in the most jackass way to respond to that is, well, you would know the difference because you would be preferencing introverted thinking more than introverted feeling, or the other way around. So for an ENTP, I mean, of course, how I would talk to you personally, but if you were to try and know yourself, you would ask things like, how messed up is my life right now? That's the big question. Take an incredibly negative view of yourself and determine what functions are being used to screw with your life. So there's that. So if you're an ENFP, though, you have extroverted thinking in the 3rd position, meaning that that's something that you try to use to your advantage, which means you're going to come across, you're going to have more of a preference for efficiency and, getting those, in quote, objective results. So just because an ENFP has extroverted intuition in the 1st position, meaning their life's all crazy and hectic on the inside, anyways, their mind is just kind of scattered and all over the place, they still try to filter that into extroverted thinking. How can I take all these things and turn it into something profitable? And so many ENFPs have a better grasp of their life. They've got a good job or decent enough. They're paying all their bills. They're getting all these things done. Whereas, they get the things done that they need to get done. And of course, that's also bolstered by the fact that it generally makes them feel good to make sure that they've got those things done. So that's very important. An ENTP, on the other hand, what is life? What is happiness? What is any of this? And then you would sit there and think about that for, let's say, weeks at a time as you forget to pay your cell phone bill, or you decide that you don't want to go into work that particular day, or, you need to get your car registered, or there's so many things that an ENTP will just kind of let slip by, because this whole efficiency and being objectively productive, that's not something that really sticks out to them very often. That doesn't mean that they don't get stuff done. Obviously, there's ENTPs that are alive currently and do get things done, but it's much more difficult for them to do it. They would rather find anything else to think about or enjoy than to do the awful, terrible, monotonous, everyday things. So that would be one thing I would look at. And of course, the enjoyment of philosophy, that's a very ENTP thing. What's right, what's wrong, black and white, shades of gray, things like that. And then, of course, spending time with people. That's that's a really good one for ENTPs to notice, is that ENTPs, generally speaking, most of the time want to be around new people. They like to talk to new people, especially people that share the same interests. So if you're someone that always enjoys cooperative activities, you go out of your way to, make sure that cooperative things happen. You socialize a lot. You enjoy talking about, the philosophy, and that's something that and I don't mean like raw philosophy, like, we're talking like text from thousands of years ago. Now, I mean like talking about, philosophical topics of, today, like, is it right to tax people? Is it wrong to tax people? Is it okay to just let the 10% of the population that can't work just starve and die out? Is things like that. It's modern day philosophical topics. If that's something that you prefer to talk about, something that you're really engaged in, then it's like, well, okay, seems like ENTP would be more likely. However, if you're far more efficient, if you care more about, the feelings involved with people, you care more about being a martyr and being responsible, being responsible for other people, then, you would be leaning more towards the ENFP. So there is that. I hope that helped. But if you wanted to find out, you would, of course, talk to somebody that knows about MBTI.
You can always also get typed. Let
You
them
can
know how
always
they
get
do.
typed
Come to an end.
on my Discord.
There you go. Everybody go join the Discord. We have a couple more questions. So Bean is also very surprised that you're above 21. Apparently she thought you weren't older than 21.
No,
So
I'm an old man.
He is.
I'm an old
Absolutely
man.
is an old man. And then Blushing Creep said Libras tend to be very artistic and creative, soulful individuals. Huh.
I would love nothing more than
What
to
does
visit
soulful
your
mean
Ever
exactly?
since I heard about how
I
charming it is from
I guess
romance
you have an old soul. You can
I'm not even sure I know what that means. What does it mean to have an old soul? Does it mean like incredibly wise? Like your soul has been around for a while, so it
Yes.
knows some stuff? Like, is that
Yes. Yes.
yeah, I mean, why not?
You feel deeply. Not necessarily like very emotional, but you can feel things deeply.
Oh, okay.
Next thing we have, Nicolas said, the amount of people who told me I need to believe into astrology because I'm into MBTI because it's essentially the same thing.
Yes, okay, so that's always fun to talk about. The same people that tell you that MBTI is astrology are the exact same people that don't know about MBTI. When that is what is one of the most commonly heard phrases involving MBTI, and when you hear that kind of shared logic, that is a use of extroverted thinking. And that's why most preferenced extroverted thinkers, and when I say preferenced, I do mean first or second position extroverted thinkers, that's why they don't care about MBTI. Because everyone else, most other people that they talk to, tell you that it's just astrology. That's what they believe. That's what extroverted thinking is. They believe what other people believe. That is what it is. So when you're that far preferenced into it, you're not really going to care about MBTI. You're not going to, if you're an INTJ, the odds of you giving a crap about MBTI, like really caring about it, non-existent. One of my assistants, June, she, of course, this is an MBTI channel, and we have an MBTI Discord. She doesn't really come around to talk to people about MBTI. That's not at all a main source of her life. It doesn't mean that she doesn't care about it at all. I'm sure she's found some relevant information, especially after talking with me about it. I'm sure she's found the relatable information and said, okay, well, what he's talking about makes sense. But it's not a big part of her life. She does her own thing. She's got her own stuff to worry about. She's not going to come into the Discord and just waste a whole day talking about MBTI. That's not going to happen. That is not something that extroverted thinkers do. Which is why it's always hilarious to go to other Discord channels or talk to other people on, like, let's say they're talking on the Reddit or the Facebook group, and they're like, yeah, I'm an ENTJ. I'm like, really? You're an ENTJ and you're hanging out in a Facebook group talking to people for hours about MBTI? That's incorrect. That's the big wrong. So point being that, yes, people that call MBTI astrology either don't understand what MBTI is, or two, they're just regurgitating what they've heard other people say.
Blushing Creep said soulful would be like people who are at peace with stuff, mystic harmony, some kind of new agey stuff. So
Well,
that's what it is.
soulful is new agey stuff. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I like modern stuff. Contemporary anything is usually more entertaining to me than things that were prior. In most cases, not every case, but we'll go with it.
So someone else was asking. I saw somewhere that INFPs and ENFPs are extremely similar to each other to the point where they're mistyped as each other. Is that true? If so, how do you tell the difference?
Sure that to the uninitiated or to people that have very little experience with it, with MBTI, I can see where that. So the only times that personalities are particularly similar is when the first letter in the acronym changes. That's when they're remotely similar. But you're going to see some pretty major differences in regards to those third functions being used. So with an INFP, the way that I usually identify INFPs out in the wild is their level of neuroticism. Bad introverted sensing in the third position, they get sad. They get sad a lot, especially the males. The males in particular get they get sad frequently, and it's difficult for them to bounce out of it because they are already at a disadvantage in terms of being a stereotypical male in society. So they're already at a bit of a disadvantage in terms of, let's say, attractiveness, personality-wise. And so that can lead them to more neuroticism, which, once again, not great. On the other hand, there are some INFPs that, they got into careers that they really wanted to get into, and of course that inevitably makes them feel good, which means they're a little bit more confident. They're a little less feminine in behavior. For example, Johnny Depp, excellent example of an INFP who made it in life. I mean, he eventually got with a woman that shit in his bed, but I mean, that could happen to anybody, really. Not necessarily famous people. So, other than that, Johnny Depp does well. He doesn't seem like he's hyper neurotic. Now, granted, he's an actor, professional actor, so he puts on a pretty good show, but for the most part, I don't really see him coming out and being hyper neurotic. But he's obviously an INFP, and he does a great job at utilizing the strengths of an INFP. What was the original question? Oh, the difference between INFPs and ENFPs. So it's the neuroticism. That's what you're looking for. ENFPs, I have known a number of ENFPs. I have seen them be emotional. I have seen them throw phones at walls, get really angry, punch windows. I've seen it, most certainly. I have seen those emotional outbursts. In one instance, one tried to kill themselves while I was in the house with them, and I actually had to physically stop them from doing so. But for the most part, though, 90% of the time, they don't come off as emotional. They do their best to be analytical about, because it's not that someone's experiencing the feelings that's as important as getting to understand those feelings that other people have, or their own. They're more interested in the understanding rather than the experiencing on a personal level. And so that tends to they tend to not be very emotional, is what I'm saying. So that's what I would look for.
So why are INFPs and ENFPs considered the most empathetic when ISFPs are also FI DOMs?
So introverted feeling is about one's own personal morals, values, principles, ethics, honor, codes of honor, perhaps, et cetera, which all of those things stem from a personal preference. It's just something that you enjoy, something you appreciate, which stems from feelings. So that's all introverted feeling is. But if you combine that with a preference for perspectives and other people, the abstract, the immaterial, then what you get is someone that has a strong preference for feelings of other people as well as their own. They can use their experience with their own personal feelings and project them onto others and see if what someone else is experiencing is what they were experiencing. And that's something that they do from a very early age. So by the time they hit, let's say, 20 years of age, they're very experienced understanding not just their feelings, but the feelings of other people. So they gain, like, they're not born empathetic. I mean, that takes practice, that takes experience. And so that's why they turn into that. And ISFPs, although they're very in tune with their own personal feelings, it's more coupled with, it doesn't mean that they can't also be empathetic. They could practice that. It's just they don't have a preference for doing so. So by the time they're 20, their level of empathy is down there somewhere, comparatively speaking. And when I say, I mean empathy, I mean feeling what other people feel versus sympathy, which is kind of imagining what someone else might be going through. Those are two different things. So ISFPs can be very sympathetic to the plights of other people. But as for actual empathy, it's not necessarily something that they preference. ISFPs are more concerned with how the world around them, the concrete, makes them feel. So that's more what they're into. Not saying they can't be into other things. I'm just saying that they preference how the things around them make them feel versus the feelings of other people.
So, I don't have any. The chat is going very sarcastic and responses about astrology. Il is saying, like, astrology is definitely more accurate than MBTI, as a joke, obviously.
It's super.
Time to go.
And let's see what we have. Oh, Green Bean wants me to make sure I say that she thought you were younger than 21. Okay, so.
Oh, younger than 21. No, I'm 35 years of age. I'll be 36 this year.
I don't have any questions that you guys have?
Maybe you have some questions.
Oh, I've been asking my questions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sometimes I ask questions.
It's infuriating.
I ask you so many questions in a day, and right now I cannot even think of one.
Performance anxiety?
No, my performance is always good.
Oh, okay.
But Bean says that you look great. Oh, dang.
Thank you.
And other people are saying that, yes, they thought you were their age. So you definitely
Wrong.
look amazing.
Nope.
I
I'm an
agree
old
with
man.
you.
You know, I've heard that people on, like, dating profiles, like some men anyways, they actually put down, like, they put down, a different age, but they actually try to make themselves older on dating profiles.
Well,
You imagine
I
that.
know a man that married his wife last year, and they've been dating for like, I believe 5 years, and she still doesn't know his real age. I'm like, how does she not know? They're married.
Well, I think as long as he looks age appropriate for whatever she considers to be appropriate, then I guess that's all that really matters, right? I mean, one of my friends, she's since she was like 16 years old or something, she's been into men that are at least in their mid 50s. So I guess for her, the actual number probably isn't that important, and what's more important is that the physical traits of someone that is that old, normally speaking. So
I know
there's
you're
that.
not going to know this, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Thanks.
Bean says, what are the enneagrams of your dad and brother, ENFPs, and how do they look compared to one another?
I have no idea about Enneagram. I've taken some tests for it. I don't remember at all what I got. I've had people tell me all kinds of what they believed my Enneagram was. I want to say the last one was like Cal told me, because he knows more about it than I do. And he was saying something like 8W7 or something. I I'd have to ask him, but I have no idea. I've read a little bit about Enneagram, and of course, just like MBTI, I've read so many conflicting sets of information.
Very kind.
I have no idea, and of course, a lot of it I believe without context, it seemed to me that your Enneagram could change on a fairly regular basis. So maybe it's also on a more of a core level kind of understanding, and that's kind of where it's supposed to work. But for the most part, I do not subscribe to Enneagram or Socionics. It took me, a decade to get to where I am now, and there's still more about MBTI that I need to learn, that I want to learn. I want to find more correlations between types and certain behaviors, and so essentially I'm specializing in just MBTI, and that's where I spend most of my time. And if there are some other people that would like to talk to me about Socionics or Enneagram and give me some more insightful information on it, then I would accept it, most certainly. And as long as I get to ask questions and be hypercritical, because I'm an asshole. Oh, can't say that on stream either.
Yeah, no. Okay, what is your favorite subject to search and study about? That's not MBTI. Okay. On the you spend like the most hours and you can get lost in it.
What I like to read, usually it's something game related. So like Elden Ring, for example. I was wanting to do my own personal playthrough specifically for discovering the world of Elden Ring. Yeah, like there's some videos on it that will, kind of describe things for you and whatnot, but it doesn't seem as interesting to me as figuring it out myself. And so that fantasy related things I always find interesting. When I was in high school, one of my big subjects were on occultism or different mythologies, like Greek mythology, of course, being one of the more popular ones. I appreciate a lot of the stories there, like Hercules or Aphrodite, if that's how you pronounce her name. Certain character. What's the one that was taken to Hades as a bride for him? I can't remember. That was some character. I thought that was an interesting story.
Something like that.
I don't remember. It's been too many years. Point is, that was high school days stuff. I enjoy mythologies. Mythologies are fascinating.
Yeah, I don't know how to say her name, but it's definitely the Perse girl. Persephone, something like that.
Persephone. That sounds about right.
Really?
Okay. It sounds right. It sounds Greek, I guess.
That's all we need, apparently.
It just needs to sound the part. Good enough for me. I'm easy to please.
I know. You really are.
Thanks.
So, the people in the chat are trying to guess your Enneagram, which is pretty funny. They are between you being a 7, which is like the enthusiast, which is being like the fears being unfulfilled, trapped, or deprived, and then the wing would be the H, which is being controlled, harmed, and other words that I can't say right now. Or you being deprived and then having a wing on being without support or guidance, which that does not sound like you at all. So it certainly is around one of those, but who knows?
It's around one of those. Good enough for me. I'll take your word for it. My God.
Okay, Bean said that it is how you say it, the name. Thank you, Bean. I appreciate it.
Let's see. What's another question? If we have any more. I'm using the Switch Axe, by the way, if anyone actually cares about Monster Hunter. I know nobody does. Which is weird because I had a girlfriend 7 years ago who loved Monster Hunter. So I always figured that there were other women that enjoyed the whole Monster Hunter vibe. I guess not. I guess it was just her.
No, I really loved Monster Hunter. I went out on because we found a group of friends that wanted to play, and I remember that day I went to Best Buy, miles and miles away, to buy a PlayStation just so I can come back home and play with them, which definitely took hours because then I had to install it, then I had to download the game.
That's why you're supposed to
But
have a
I
computer, woman.
like,
A
I'm not getting
computer.
a computer. No, sir. No. So no, I mean, and I really liked all the like what you can add to the weapons, and I thought they were pretty cool and the effects. So yeah, I enjoyed it a lot, but
And yet you don't play it with me.
didn't have anybody to play it with. You have it on PC. I don't have a PC.
You need to buy one then, my goodness.
No. Bean is asking, what is your favorite hobby? Well, Bean, you're looking at it.
My favorite hobby is at spending time with people. That's specifically people that, of course, enjoy my interests. That's usually what it is. However, I like answering questions that people have for me, as well as getting to know people in general. That's probably my favorite hobby. If I could be playing any game cooperatively with people, then I would be doing that. Because it's about people more than it is necessarily what I'm doing. For example, I am probably going to be playing Remnant 2 in the near future, and I don't like it that much, but my brother likes it a lot, so I will be playing it with him. I also played EverQuest for a decade because my brother likes EverQuest. I don't like EverQuest. It had some cool, fun moments, but for the most part, it's a pain in the ass. Don't play it. But, uh-oh. Whee! So, yeah, it's about the people. It's not necessarily the activity. When I go to Oregon, I'll be doing a lot of bowling because my brother also enjoys bowling, and my brother has been my best friend for 34 years. So we will be doing a lot of bowling. He also wants to go ghost hunting, which I'm actually excited about that. He even bought a bunch of ghost hunting gear. He bought, like, the EMF reader and a spirit box and all the things, and he's like, yeah, we want to go do that, on a weekend or something. Could be fun. So I'm down for that, 100%. And if for whatever reason I move to Oregon and you don't hear from me again, it's because the ghost got me, like in Phasmophobia. The ghost got me.
You say that, but then you won't play board games with me. So
What board games won't I play with you?
I won't play Codenames.
I do a Dungeons and Dragons every Friday, just about.
Yeah, but I'm not doing that.
You think so too?
Which is probably for the best because the people that are currently playing Dungeons and Dragons on Friday don't have computers. So I've been streaming Tabletop Simulator to do that with them, and that's been a huge pain because I have to roll all the dice for everything. I have to do everything for everyone. It's awful. But I still do it.
So Nicholas is asking, what's up with the whole Melissa situation? This YouTuber who thinks she's an ENTP but is an ENFP. Was there any backlash from her side after your video?
As far as I know, I haven't. She doesn't. As far as I know, she doesn't know that I exist. So, as most people don't. So, I haven't received any backlash. I wasn't particularly mean about it. I tried to make the video entertaining, but yeah, is she an ENTP? Obviously not. There's no way that I don't understand. At some point, you have to, she's believed that she's an ENTP for many years now. At some point, you have to start comparing, like actually taking a real account of your aggregate behavior and saying, do I really act anywhere? Do I act similarly at all to these other people that I know to be ENTP? And especially for her, because I think that she has a stronger preference for extroverted thinking than she does, introverted thinking. So at what point do you say to yourself, okay, realistically speaking, I don't quite act like those people. There's something different about how I'm processing information than these other characters are. But if she's not an ENTP, which of course she isn't, she's not really going to care about consistency. I think she's a preferenced introverted feeler, so she's going to care more about how she feels about things. She's going to care more about how this diagnosis would make her feel. And of course, she also has an image to uphold. She has been touting herself as an ENTP for years. And I guess no one's said anything about it until recently. That seems kind of weird that no one would have pointed that out years ago, but if it's just happening now, even if she knows that she's not an ENTP, she has very little choice in the matter. She needs to tell people that she's an ENTP. She has to put up the persona of an, or try to the best of her ability, because as soon as she comes out and says, okay, yeah, I'm not an ENTP, I'm this other type, she loses a great deal of credibility. Now, granted, I'm sure I'm sure she has a large number of people that they don't listen to her for her MBTI information. They listen to her because they think she's pretty, or she has a personality that they mesh well with. And so she'll keep those people, but the other people that were looking for actual MBTI information, they'll be gone. And so she doesn't want that to happen either. So whether or not there's going to be any backlash on it, I sincerely doubt it. Maybe if I had as many subscribers as she did, that she would care about what I had to say, which of course, even in that video, I invited her, to come to the Discord. We can have a talk about it, and I'll find out what her definitions of the cognitive functions are, and then I'll show her the actual definitions of the cognitive functions, and then we can talk about, what type she actually is. And I for her, I would do it free of charge.
Well, can I charge for listening in?
Can you charge? And for her, it would be a one-on-one session. No, Ven, you can't
Wait.
eavesdrop.
You wouldn't include me in a session?
Well,
with
I would
her?
want to, but I'm afraid I would be worried that she wouldn't do it if other people listened in. But if she was okay with it, then yeah, sure, you could listen in. But
there we go. See, now you were leaving me out already.
yeah.
Scare Scream. What are the differences between those ENTP, ENTJ, INTJ, INTP? What gives them away?
What gives them away? Well, for introverted intuitives, those are usually those can be the easiest ones to figure out. Introverted intuition in a preferenced position, first or second position, they focus heavily on themselves, their personal life goals, their unique path. And they do it every day. They don't just do it because they're supposed to do it. They don't do the bare minimum and then move on to something else like an introverted sensor would. The introverted intuitive, their whole life is about them. That's what it's about, especially early on. By the time they hit the INFJ I knew, for example, she had earned enough credits to graduate high school at 15 or 16 was one of those. And she just stayed there for extra credit. And then as soon as she was done, now, mind you, she grew up with an ISFP mom, and supposedly, and this is, I have met her mother, but supposedly her father was an ISTP. So stereotypical mother, a stereotypical father. They split up when she was like 8 or something, and they were not super ambitious people, but for her life was about success and getting ahead of everyone as far as she could go. While being cooperative in the process, of course, with the extroverted feeling. So as soon as she graduated high school, which she could have done at 16, she apparently stayed there, did some more extracurriculars, whatnot. She joined the Marines at 18. And then she was in the Marines for 3 or 4 years, something like that. I don't remember exactly. But she was there. And then afterwards, she got right into law enforcement. She was a dispatch for some police department in some small town, and then she moved on to government work. Now she, last I heard, she was a supervisor in a high-up government agency that I believe I'm not necessarily at liberty to just openly discuss, so I won't. But point is, she works in government, and that was her life. It's all about that success. It's all about, and even after she had gotten that high-up government job, more training, more education. She would go out to places far east, government facilities, in which she would learn more, try and move up in her position. All while trying to be cooperative with the general public, being nice and, fake to the people that, because especially when you're working up in those high-end places, it's very cutthroat and aggressive. And so being an extroverted feeler in those places can be at your detriment. But she worked hard and she kept working every day, even at the detriment of the people in her life. She kept working just to keep advancing, never satisfied with where she was at. And so for introverted intuitives, is my point is that they focus on themselves. They're not necessarily selfish, but they are incredibly self-centered. The life is about them. Their plans, their goals, their ambitions, their success comes before everything else and everyone else. Keep that in mind. Now, an introverted sensor, they may have plans, goals, and whatnot, but those plans and goals are very traditional plans and goals. We're talking an ESTJ wants to have a good job, have a family, and then, go to work, do that job, then come home, be the good parent, or whatever, get the dog, do the family, the household responsibilities that are specific to a man, generally speaking, and then, have a beer, because that's just what you do, traditionally speaking. That's their plans and goals. Their plans and goals just aren't above and beyond. They are, within the bounds of what's traditionally acceptable or suitable for them. That's your main difference. As for what is it,
Mm-hmm.
extroverted, intuitive? Was that the other part of the question? Was looking up for
Yes,
extroverted?
ENTPs, INTPs.
And then ENTPs and INTPs, they're high on procrastination. Duh. They very, very, oftentimes very lazy. They kind of come into life later. They want to explore a bunch of different options first before they settle down and commit to it. Especially INTPs. INTPs actually will commit. So the one that I've known for 20 years, he of course procrastinated in his 20s. He had a job here and then he got another job, but he was, most of the time he was on the internet. He was learning random trivia. He was reading more information about literally just about anything that he could get a hold of. He could tell you about most of the periodic table, but he could also tell you, as I like to bring up, he'll tell you when the next Renaissance Festival is supposed to be, because his interests are so varied. And of course, virtually none of it is within this real, tangible, productive area of expertise. Granted, he does know some of that stuff too. There's a Jackbox game where it's all trivia based. He whips us almost every time. I am the only one that came close to beating him, but he straight would win 7-8 games in a row on that very specific trivia Jackbox game. Very, very excellent memory and knowledge base. But for INTPs, they, especially the males, they typically have Asperger's, so they're not great in social situations. They are an acquired taste. My youngest brother, unfortunately, he is also an INTP, and his Asperger's is still very prevalent. He says some of the weirdest things that just make you face palm and just, please stop embarrassing me. Just don't say anything. Just follow my lead. Don't talk. Just we're gonna eat dinner and then we're gonna leave. Kind of behavior. But still, once again, very knowledgeable. He got into coding. He got into it when he was 15. He was making mods for, what's that, Half-Life 2 modification type of game. It was some Half-Life 2 version of some mod or whatever, and he would make mods for that very early. And then he got into coding. He actually made a video game. It was a very basic looking video game, but he actually made one, and he showed me a few years back what he was making. Those are the kinds of things that INTPs do. They're not very people oriented, but they're more thing oriented. Whereas ENTPs, very lazy. They most of the, obviously they're going to have a level of charisma that is observable. They prefer engaging with other people rather than not people, I guess. I mean, granted, they do both. I do both. But people are certainly more of a preference than it is for an INTP, and so they usually have a good number of friends. They enjoy being entertaining. They want to be entertaining. They get into a lot of different social circles, especially as they're growing up in high school. Like I knew the nerds in the games club, but I also knew most of the football team, and I've hung out with with both. That was because it's just really interesting for an ENTP to get to know people, and so. Similar in the introverted thinking and the extroverted intuition, just different when it comes to people versus things. Just a little bit different. Asperger's, of course.
So Scare Cream says, okay, wait, bear with me a little bit more. Can you please tell me the differences in more in depth between the ENTJ and INTJ? So between the intuitives. And he says that he loves you. Remember
I love
that.
you too, friend. whoever you are. So the difference between ENTJs and INTJs. So the I guess the in most cases you would look at the last two functions when determining whether or not someone is the E or the I of, whatever that type is. So we're going to look at the difference between introverted feeling in the third position versus introverted feeling in the last position. So the last position of the four is what I call the disdain function. It's someone has no real strong desire regarding whatever that function is in the last position, in the fourth position, not necessarily last, but the fourth position. So a INTJ has personal values, opinions, ethics, things like that. And they have their life is a little bit painted by that function. So usually it comes out when they express it. It's usually frustration, anger. My brother, for example, he starts getting more. It's more easy to irritate him after he's had a little bit to drink. You start to really see what's bothering him about aspects of life. Whereas an ENTJ has introverted feeling in the last position, meaning that when it comes to feelings, emotions, values, ethics, don't really care for them. Like actually knows they exist and says, no, I'm not having any of that. I'm not interested. What I'm interested in, an ENTJ is interested in maximum efficiency. So their days are scheduled and planned out for getting as much success out of their day as possible. Whereas an INTJ just cares about being successful in whatever way they believe having a successful life is. So, for example, my INTJ brother, he likes to take time out to he'll go bowling when it's appropriate, of course. He reads his books. Like he's a big fan of Warhammer 40,000. Every night before he goes to bed, he reads some more Warhammer 40,000. And he has hobbies also included of Warhammer 40,000. He builds computers. That's another thing that he enjoys doing. Getting maximum frame rates out of the games that he plays. Those are the things that he enjoys, and he knows that he enjoys them and wants to make sure that his introverted feeling is soothed. Well, an ENTJ doesn't have that. An ENTJ is all about maximum efficiency, no frivolous. Even the things that they would consider frivolous must have some kind of objective benefit that they are able to calculate into it being good for them. So they're not just going to go on a vacation with their wife. Like, let's say it's a politician. They're not going on a vacation because they need the time away. They're going on vacation because they want other people to believe that they're human. That's why they're doing it. They don't care about and even when they're on vacation, they're going to be on their cell phone. They're going to be networking with people. They're still going to be doing all those other things, which essentially makes them, robots, more or less. They're machines. They're truly machines of efficiency. That's the little to no frivolousness in their life, and that's how you're going to notice it. Also, it's my personal belief that ENTJs are psychopaths. Like actually, now, of course, you might be asking, well, ESTJs have introverted feeling in the last position, so would that also make them a psychopath? Not necessarily. ESTJs are tempered by the traditional understandings of things. That's, of course, introverted sensing in the second position. But they also have somewhat of a preference for perspectives and the abstract. Extroverted intuition. So their lack of feeling is tempered by what society tells them that they should be doing and how they should behave, as well as actually getting to know other people. ESTJs are often known as, in quote, gregarious. I'm aware. Like if you've ever, met a supervisor in your life, you've met an ESTJ at some point. And so they can be gregarious, easy to get to know them. They may want to get to know you, usually just the practical bits about you, but they'd still want to get to know you and, maybe some of your interests, because they're always looking for what ideas you have that will help them. That's why they do that. And so their lack of feeling is tempered by society and other people trying to conform them into acting like a human being. ENTJs have no restraints on that. They don't have the function preferences that cause them to try to be more human. They have no need, psychologically speaking, to be more human. And so missing those critical functions and putting introverted feeling in the last position, you're a psychopath. You just don't care about how your actions are going to affect other people unless those other people are somehow going to affect your success. And if they don't, push them in front of a train and move on. So,
As someone who believes it's an ENTJ because I say so, nor sources, I agree with your definition.
thank you.
Uh-huh. So what's your favorite type besides your own?
I don't even think ENTPs are not my favorite type. Like I get along with them. I've met on terms of online stuff, especially like ones that immediately come to mind. There was a man that I met at a Xerox, an industrial Xerox building, where I worked there for about 3 months. I met him there, and then there was a young man named Paul. I met him through the internet. We played World of Warcraft together. And then there is Cal. He's on my Discord, whom I talk to far more regularly than the other two. As a matter of fact, I don't talk to the other two at all. And I have gotten along with all of them. Some of them were, in the case of the young one, he was a little bit crazy. Cal's not crazy. He's more grounded and socially acceptable. And then there was the older one who was, at the time, he was like 52, and I would have been 30. So he's a little bit older now. And he ended up just kind of being this, barfly who was in a band, that worked full time at the Xerox building and then, did whatever. But point is that I got along with all of them. I love the perspective of someone else that also has this infinite love for possibilities and whatnot. It's super great. But in terms of being my favorite, although ENTPs are all about the different possibilities, which means you should always have these unique perspectives on those things, that's still what it is. It's not different from me. They think how I think. So that can be that obviously does get stale after a while if you were to talk to an ENTP as an ENTP every single day of your life. Yeah, that's going to what you're going to want eventually is something that's not like you. You're going to want to talk about, maybe you're going to want to learn about things that are more grounded in reality kind of thing. And I think that my favorite personality, if I were to have one, I like tormenting ISFJs a lot. I think that's that they're just my favorite in terms of people to bother because they get bothered in the weirdest ways about things. So I like tormenting them. I enjoy the company of my father and brother. They're ENFPs. That's always nice. But as for a true favorite, I wouldn't say that I necessarily have a favorite. I have ones that I don't really like to spend a lot of time with, typically. But most people are different enough to give me reason to spend time with them to learn something about them. Most people do.
Bean, we're going to pretend that he said ENFPs were his favorite type, okay?
Okay. Great.
Yeah. So, how do ENTPs change from teenagehood to adulthood?
ENFPs?
ENTPs.
ENTPs. I think in a normal circumstance, because obviously your upbringing is going to influence some of those things. So, for example, my mother, my parents had gotten divorced when I was 4, so my mother, of course, had near full custody of me, and she had a very specific plan for me and how I was going to live my life. So that meant I was not allowed to have friends. I was not allowed to go out. I was not allowed to do anything except do work. The only thing that she wanted me to do was get excellent grades. And of course, the more she told me that I needed to do it, the less likely I was to do it. And even with all the physical punishment that came with it, and she enjoyed her traditional physical punishment, to say the least, the more she did it, the less I did anything. And she continued that trend until I was 15 years of age, in which she decided that I was no longer worth keeping around. So she sent me off to my father at 15. So my childhood was different. I was not allowed to be social at all outside of school. And of course, at school, once you hit, junior high and then, into high school, there's less time for socializing. And if I wasn't home by an appropriate time after school, she would personally come find me and do whatever she wanted to do to embarrass me, socially speaking. She did that a lot. So my upbringing was different in terms of like, so I couldn't say specifically how an ENTP is going to, let's say, blossom from, high school into adulthood. That would be, that definitely dependent on how they were brought up. However, I would say that towards the middle of high school, or maybe towards the end of it, an ENTP should be trying to learn and flex more that extroverted feeling. They start discovering that they have power over people. They just have to understand them and then manipulate them in an appropriate manner. And so when I actually hit adulthood and then certainly into my early 20s, I was always out and about, trying to meet new people. Excuse me, voice is giving out. I was always trying to find those unique experiences. I lived in an apartment with 4 gay men for like however many months it was. It was a number of months. I was working construction at the time. I was doing some under the table work for somebody to pay the rent. And so I got to learn about what it was like to live in a house full of gay men. And I say full because every night was like a party. Like there was always drinking. There were, of course, whatever manner of drugs were there. So that was an interesting experience to learn, that. Then after that, I was rather nomadic. I would just kind of move from place to place. I'd be like, okay, well, I've stayed here for long enough. I'm going to go live with these other people that, like me, and we're going to go hang out there for a while. And then, a couple months later, I'll go ahead and move over here. I was very nomadic, always looking for new experiences, always trying to flex my extroverted feeling. And once I realized that I was particularly good at it, that turned into more or less my main way of survival, the main trick to staying alive. And that's why I'm here today, is being able to move from place to place to keep my interest up. You find some short, part-time work or, short-term work. And then after you've worked there for a little bit, you move on to another place. And so I would think that for your typical ENTP who had a relatively normal childhood, it goes from being a little bit rebellious. Obviously, you're growing up, you don't want to do your schoolwork, or you don't feel like doing the things that you're supposed to be doing. So you kind of, move on with that. And then once you finally are in adulthood, you realize how important it is for, people to like you and for you to be in good graces with people. So you start to learn to flex your extroverted feeling. And I think that's where the main transformation comes from. Learning to manipulate.
How does FI critic manifest in IXFJs?
FI critic in IXXJs.
IXF as in Frank,
Oh.
J's.
IXFJs, so ISFJs or INFJs. So
Yes.
I'm assuming you mean the critic. As for the colloquial terminologies like the critic or the demon or the parent or whatever, I don't subscribe to any of those monikers for the. So I just use the numbers. I say first position, third position, eighth position, so on and so forth. So I'm assuming you mean the function in the sixth position. Like how does when it comes to the shadow functions, I have seen in this is in my own personal study and research, I have seen inconsistent results with how those shadow functions appear. Utterly inconsistent. It seems like how that person grew up and the life experiences they have start to strengthen or atrophy some of those shadow, in quote, shadow functions as they go through life. So I don't see I've never seen ISFJs get be super emotional, and just the same I've never seen the INFJ that I knew get super emotional unless it was, and of course they're female, so maybe that time of the month they might get a little more emotional. When the INFJ that I knew was crying, she of course didn't want people to see her cry, so she would go somewhere and then go cry and do that. So same with the ISFJs. They know they have feelings and they will express those feelings, but because of extroverted feeling preference, they're not going to want their emotions to influence how other people perceive them. So they do it in private. That's just what I noticed for ISFJs and INFJs.
So how does the NI.XXXSE look like in real life? So introverted intuition in the first position and extroverted sensing in the last position.
So in the beginning, there isn't much of a in quote axiom. I don't see that it's necessary to even think of them in such a ways or such a way. But what I've seen for INTJs and INFJs, and this is for all of them, I have not seen an instance in which this wasn't the case. They are all concerned with some level of physical fitness. With the women, they were concerned with their physical appearance, and so they like to run. That was something, or not necessarily run, but they would go for jogs. And that was very normal, especially early on when they were in their peak physical attractiveness. They would go for runs a lot. They were very concerned with that, and of course dieting, that was also a big thing. My mother, for example, she's like 5'3" or something, and last time I saw her, she weighed maybe 98 pounds or something, she was wasting away, and I was looking at her diet, and she would just eat salads and like mixed nuts, like smoothies or something with a little bit of fruit in it. Just that was her diet. And when I was staying with her for a short period of time and I ordered a Philly cheesesteak pizza, I purchased one for myself and I purchased one for her. Hers was like some kind of vegetarian, thin crust pizza, kind of a thing. She had one slice of that, hated it, and then she proceeded to eat half of my Philly cheesesteak pizza because she had been starving herself for months, not eating, actual, good food that puts weight on you. So, never seen her do that before. But so point is that even though she's 55, she is still incredibly concerned with her physical appearance. Incredibly. And of course, as you get older, of course, the functions start to, round out a little bit more. So she became more and more focused on her physical appearance. My brother, for example, the male INTJ, he was always concerned with being strong. When he developed, his extroverted sensing would have developed maybe a little bit more earlier in life. So when he was in high school, he joined the football team, and after he joined the football team, he of course was immediately preferenced for being put into the weight class, or weight training class or what have you. So he was pumping iron like every day at school for a couple hours. And so he'd always been very concerned with his physical strength. And then he got a girlfriend after he got out of the military. Yes, introverted intuitives seem to enjoy going to the military, staying for a short period or some period of time, not making a career out of it necessarily. They just go there. And then after that, he got a girlfriend, and then he started packing on the weight. He always tried to stay physically strong, but he complained to me every day about how he was getting weight, and he was getting visibly angry over him being, in quote, out of shape. And now he runs every day. He exercises every day. He's trying to keep his weight off, while, also having a little bit of a drinking habit at the end of the day. He's working on that too, I think. So, point is that introverted intuition and extroverted sensing, it usually appears as a real, an extreme care for physical fitness. I imagine that is supposed to dwindle as they get older, like it does for most people. But if my mother is any indication, apparently it just gets worse as they get older.
Okay, so I have a last question here, and everybody please make sure you join the Discord, like and subscribe. And if you want to get typed, please submit the application in the Discord. The last question that we have is, which are the ones you don't like spending time with as much?
Typically boring, oftentimes boring individuals. So I have known, I grew up in Central California, and a lot of the girls that would talk to me would have been ESFJs and ESFPs. So, of course, those are two different personalities, but both usually serve to bore me a great deal. I have even ISTJs. I have known some ISTJs that enjoyed playing video games, and at least that was something we could talk about. The one that I knew in Missouri, he lived next door. He liked to play Assassin's Creed. What was it? I think the last one was Odyssey, the one I saw him playing, and that's an action RPG, and I was like, that's cool. That's something that I can get behind. I ended up buying the game myself, so that was neat. So the ISTJs aren't always super boring. They tend to be interested in things that other people are also interested in. It's not super out there or anything, but at least there's some overlap. But for ESFJs and ESFPs mostly just enjoy talking about their life, whereas an ESFJ is more concerned about me talking about my life, and I'm not interested in talking about the mundane. I don't necessarily care about how the barista at the Starbucks got your name wrong on your cup. I'm not particularly interested. I'm not interested in hearing about how your laundry accidentally got mixed in with the with the whites or whatever, and now they're bleached out or some stupid shit like that. I'm not interested. And as for when it comes to ESFJs asking me about my life, I don't really like to talk about my life. I live it, so for me it's boring. I'd rather not talk about my life. I'd rather talk about the lives of other people. But ESFJs are interested in getting to know other people so that they can pull them into a social circle and then have more people to control. So just if you're going to talk to me about boring stuff, at least make it funny or clever or entertaining to some degree. Otherwise I'm going to get extremely bored. So most of the time, not every time, but most of the time, ESFPs will bore me to tears, and ESFJs tend to get a little too intrusive about the lives of other people. And granted, I don't care if they're intrusive in other people's lives. I just care if they're intrusive in mine. And so those ones I don't always spend a great deal of time. And that's not to say that they can't be some other way. Maybe they can actually have interests that we can, talk about. It doesn't happen often enough for me to justify saying that, yes, some ESFPs I get along with and others I don't. It's most of the time we just don't get along, and I try to get myself away from them more often than not. But I'm sure that there's some ESFPs that, let's say, might have somewhat of an interest in MBTI. And that, that's something that we could talk about, and then have interesting conversation. Now, you said that was the last question. Does that mean that the stream's over?
Well, I mean, we can see if anybody else has questions, but I haven't gotten another question yet. I did say last round of questions, and I didn't get anything else.
This monster's gonna whip my butt. I can feel it.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, it's great.
We have our typing session also coming up.
We do. Who was I supposed to be typing today?
We're typing Hades.
Have I met this person?
No.
Oh, okay then. Going in blind. That's my favorite.
Yes, you are.
But I'm sure someone else. How many people are watching?
Let's go!
I so look
Prepare to feast your eyes on
Right now, it's
Behold
down to 7.
the paragon of
How many?
hunting prowess.
17 right now.
A whole 17 people. Well, I guess that's about what I expected. I suppose. But, some of the best 17 people. I'm certain of it.
Well, there's been a lot more than that, but right now some people started to fall off, but it was typically around 20 something most of the stream.
Okay, well, that's not so bad, I guess. Especially for the second stream of a no-name channel. It's not so
Ariana
bad.
says it was a great stream.
It was a great stream.
I don't know if I would believe her because there was a point where she fell asleep for like 2 minutes. So
Yeah, it's not a super. This has not been an incredibly exciting stream, but I'm hoping it's informational, I guess, or helpful to some degree. That's why we.
she says
asked
that
the
it's
question.
because your voice was that good. That's what she's saying. Like it wasn't the
My voice
information,
is
it was
putting her
your
to
voice.
sleep. Is that what she said?
Yeah, it was a nice voice. She said it was a great nap.
Yeah, that's that's not typically what you would hear from someone who likes someone's voice. They're like, oh, I just want to stay up and listen to your voice all night. And it's like, no, your voice puts me to sleep. Okay, well, I'm less inclined to believe that you like it.
No. Truthfully, like your voice is very nice to sleep at. Like you just start talking and it's very soothing.
Uh-huh.
And I want to hear you talking, but at the same time, it's like, oh, it's a warm blanket. Let me sleep.
It's
Yeah,
a
see,
warm
she's saying
blanket.
outside,
Let
like,
me
that's
sleep.
exactly what happened.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
You've
When I'm,
become the monster.
maybe that's just what I need to do. I'll just start reading short stories
Big is coming.
and then posting the video.
Yeah, she's saying that you should do a podcast because she would listen to that while she sleeps, and like the people in the chat are agreeing right now. Like everybody came out from hibernation to say that it's a soothing voice.
Came out
And
from
then-
hibernation. So am I supposed to have like a 10 o'clock at night stream for everyone to go to sleep to?
Yeah,
And by everyone, it'll be 17 people.
You can't fight
that is
such a
correct.
snake.
Great. Guess that's what I can do. I'm sure someone has some MBTI related questions for me to answer. I'm certain of it.
The prime opportunity to strike.
You
Eh?
asked for it.
This is
Bean is saying that we're the best people for the best MBTI dude.
Yes, the best people. I'll agree with that.
I mean, you have to.
You have to. Can't nobody tell me nothing.
Pencap says, whenever Street Urchin talks, I just want to listen.
Well, that's good. So remember to, donate 10% of your yearly income to my Discord or Patreon or my PayPal. That's, it'll be kind of, like the Mormons do. Let's see how many people buy that.
This is how.
I don't know about that, but yeah.
Glad I brought you along.
Moonglow says that she finished half of her shift and drove all the way home from San Francisco during the stream, so she really enjoyed it.
Oh, great. That's wonderful.
It was the best stream ever.
Well, maybe I can make the next one more fun somehow.
It's infuriating.
Need special guests to talk at.
Yeah, because I'm not that. So Bean is saying
You're a very
Street
special
Urchin,
guest.
I just remembered that the other day, I don't remember what I sent you, but I sent you something really random. And I only realized after that we hadn't really talked before, and you were probably really confused.
I'm definitely confused because I don't know what you're talking about. So I agree with that. Who said this?
Bean, I'm pretty sure she's Bean ENFP on the server.
Are you able to heal up?
Take care of yourself.
But Bean, don't worry, he has a terrible memory about things like this. Or things like this.
Time for some razzle
Just a
dazzle.
terrible memory in general.
Memo goes in.
Yeah.
All right, so Bean sent me something that I don't remember. That we haven't talked before. Okay, that makes sense.
Attack! No! Sorry to keep you waiting.
Heck yeah. Got this monster beat. Oh, goodness. I didn't realize talking for this much was actually going to irritate my sinuses. Or my throat.
Are you okay?
You can't
Do I just
fight
not
such
talk
a
enough
snake.
normally?
Well, no,
You'd
you
think that wouldn't be
typically
a
are.
problem, but my throat is scratched. It's my maybe I'm just sick. I never take that into consideration. Maybe I have a
Are
cold.
you able to heal up?
You require healing.
It seems unlikely, though.
You can't.
Well,
fight
maybe.
such a
It has been hot, and you might be a little dehydrated. Well, no, you've been drinking beer and water, so you should be
Definitely
fine.
not dehydrated.
You
Feeling
should be
marvelous.
fine.
Should
Very
be.
kind.
Thank you for your assistance.
Nick Glass says, "This stream kept me from going to sleep, and I guess that's a compliment."
Well, that's good.
Eyes on you.
It's after you.
But we need more questions MBTI related. That's what this channel is supposed to be about. I guess it doesn't have to be MBTI related. You can ask me anything. An AMA. That's what all my usual public displays turn into.
Are you okay?
Or is everyone just comatose?
Be careful.
It's going to attack.
Everybody's just comatose, slowly leaving.
Okay. Well, then I guess we can... When is my appointment for the typing? Is it soon?
They're waiting right now.
Okay, then. So, yes, then we will end the stream right now.
Nonsense doesn't scare.
Thank you all for joining. I know that it wasn't maybe as exciting as it could have been, but yeah, it's the second stream, and I'm sure my assistant will come up with some amazing ideas for the next stream.
What? What
Yeah?
is this?
Some amazing ideas. Maybe I can play a game that everyone wants to watch me play, maybe. I don't know. Instead of Monster
Yes.
Hunter, a game that nobody plays, apparently.
If you guys have questions or have any ideas for the next stream, leave them in the chat. I will be reading it later, or you can also DM me on Discord. And remember, join our Discord.
Join the Discord and get types today.
Yes, we have already
Something.
typings going on tomorrow, so you guys can join the roster for tomorrow,
You need
and it will be great.
quickly.
It'll be great. We'll have all the fun. They're like vague therapy sessions. All right. And with that, we will sign off. Thank you all for joining again, and I hope to see you on the Discord.
Really